हेलो। यार एक बार पेन ड्राइव लगाओगे इसमें। ऊपर पे ये वाली ठीक है, एक बार इस तरफ है क्या ना। ओके करने को जानकारी। एक सर यहाँ से साइन कर दीजिए। बैंक बैंक का डिटेल दीजिए सर। हेलो। हाँ नमस्कार सर, सूद बोल रहा हूँ जी सर। हाँ थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू सो मच। डिटेल लिखने लिखिए। हाँ हाँ सर। वो सर जो आपने एक वो भेजा था मेरे को, वो है आपके पास नहीं? चाहिए है ये मुझे कॉपी में, मैं आप ही के लिए रखना है सर। कुछ क्वेश्चन आपके, हाँ हाँ, क्योंकि टॉपिक को आपने उसमें कवर कर लिया, फिर एक दोनों बड़ा स्पेसिफिक पूछा कि मेरे ख्याल से। और नहीं नहीं, हम बता रहे हैं सबको। NAMS दो फोन में है, इनसे कनेक्ट नहीं है और इन्होंने कहा रही है। ठीक है, सही बात है। व्हाट्सएप से चाय पिला दो यार, शुगर अलग से दे सर।
Greetings from National Academy of Medical Sciences, India. Focusing on NAMS Vision 2030, NAMS is pleased to share some of the important activities like NAMS National, International Fellowship and Membership, Member After Day and Beam NAMS, NAMS Task Forces, AIMS NAMS Navigate Medico CME activities, publication of annals, newsletter, networking with professionals, public orations, Young Scientist Fellowship, Scientist Exchange Program, Scientific Visit of Emeritus Professor and many more activities. All application forms for fellowship, membership, associate fellowship, and member after day NB have been made online and objective criteria from the year 2022. NAMS has also started a new online NAMS Navigate CME and Navigate Medico CME program to assist in the development of competencies among PG students and share multimedia learning resource materials as e-library. NAMS has also started 21 task forces to address medical issues of national importance. Under publication activities, NAMS has its own annal as Annal of the National Academy of Medical Sciences. In addition, NAMS also publishes its quarterly NAMS newsletter. For more details of NAMS activities, please visit our NAMS website www.nams-india.in or scan QR codes with the camera app.
ले लीजिए, इसको अपलोड कर दीजिए। आप उधर से चलाएंगे आप लोग ना, ये ले लीजिए। हाँ, पेन ड्राइव से ना ये वाली प्रेजेंटेशन जो है ना, सीसीए रोल्स वाली, ये वाली ठीक है, ये वाली ले लीजिए। उसमें चलाने की आपको अपलोड करनी पड़ेगी ना, पेन ड्राइव निकलेगी। हाँ, ले जाइए। 1 घंटे में सर हम ऐसे रखेंगे इनके साथ कि कुछ बेसिक्स से हम बता देंगे। पहले हम ओवरव्यू दे देंगे कि रूल्स, क्योंकि रूल्स बहुत सारे हैं, तो हम इनको रूल्स हैं कौन कौन से, वो प्रोमिनेंट रूल्स हम बता देंगे। ठीक है, उनके नाम बता देंगे, उनमें क्या क्या है वो बता देंगे। ठीक है सर, उसके बाद हम ये जो इनके क्वेश्चन है ये ले लेंगे। और मैं एक थोड़ा सा डिसिप्लिनरी के आज इनके ना डिसिप्लिनरी रूल्स के ऊपर थोड़ा सा लाया हूँ, जो मैं इनको हाँ बता दूंगा कि भाई किस तरह से। सीसी 2 हैं उसमें, सीसीएस सीसीए रूल्स 4 हैं, कंडक्ट रूल नहीं। हाँ, सीसीए रूल्स में अगर पहला पेज सर्विस रूल्स है वो वाली, तो वो हम बता देंगे भाई एक इंक्वायरी में क्या क्या चीजें हमें ध्यान रखनी है और किस तरह से इंक्वायरी कंडक्ट की जाती है, किसका क्या रोल है। एक शॉर्टर वर्जन में, नॉट इन डिटेल बट ओवरव्यू की भी। अगर आपके अगर यहाँ पर कोई एम्प्लॉय पाया जाता है कि भाई उसने कुछ गड़बड़ करी है, तो आप कैसे उसको कुछ एचओडीज हैं ये लोग, हाँ हाँ, तो वो उसको थोड़ा सा उसको कर सकते हैं कि भाई किस तरह से
हाँ नहीं, ये वाली नहीं, सर्विस रूल लिखा होगा पहले पेज पे। हाँ ये वाली, हाँ इसको हटा दो, ये मैंने अभी 2-3 पेजेस ऐड कर दिए इसमें। हाँ ठीक है, सेशन का नाम सर्विस रूल है ना, तो इसलिए मैंने वो सर्विस रूल ही लिख दिया है, ताकि लोगों को ये ना लगे कुछ और पढ़ा रहे हैं हमें कि कुछ और डिस्कस कर रहे हैं। आप करते रहिएगा, वो ज्यादा कुछ है नहीं इसके अंदर। हाँ बस मैं बता दूँ। हाँ 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 बिल्कुल, जो आप लोग वो ऐसा कुछ नहीं, आप बिल्कुल इंट्रोडक्शन है जो भी वेलकम है वो सब करने फिर आप।
मेरे वाले फोन से करो। अच्छा ये तो सर इन्होंने कोई बात नहीं। अच्छा इनके नंबर इन्होंने तो बस थैंक यू। टेबल होता नहीं, आप आते थे। एक स्टेप ना होगा, अच्छा कर ले। आप नहीं आप सर शुरू कर।
हाँ please, मैं तो ready हूँ।
स्क्रीन पे कर दो। Good afternoon. On behalf of the National Academy of Medical Sciences, it is my great privilege to welcome you all for this second follow-up online session. So once again, we are really privileged to have Director Diogar, Director AIMS Diogar, Dr. Saurav Vashney, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for joining this session. Welcome, sir. And my request to you, sir, in between, whenever you feel, please give your advice to our participants. Sir. I know you are busy, but still we'll request you, sir. So
Sure,
in
sir,
this,
sure.
thank you, sir. We are grateful to you. So in this session, as you requested, we are going to cover three very interesting areas. One is on the service rule. Many of you have sent us questions, more than 15, 20 questions we have with us. And second session, you requested last time that we should cover the practical tips, practical exercises for stress management. And Dr. Rajesh Sagar has kindly agreed to be with us in the second session, and he's going to tell us about some of these practical exercises. In the third session, we are going to cover something related to general financial rules, budget, audit, and many specific questions which you had asked. So with these words, I welcome you all, and I'm really grateful to the speaker for the first session. He is Shri Jitinder Bhati, Deputy Director, Institute of Statistical Training and Management in Delhi. And this is one of the premier institutions in the Delhi, which is training IS officer and the senior officer. And sir is Deputy Director there with a lot of experience. And I remember the last first follow-up session, the participants are really appreciated his presentation and the way he handled the different questions. So welcome, sir, once again. And we request you to kindly cover the journal service rule, and then maybe a little bit about what is the disciplinary procedure, broad outline overview, and then he will cover the specific question which you have answered. So over to you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your warm welcome. Last time I came and we discussed about the conduct rules. There were other questions also on that day. Sir has shared a list of questions also with me. I'll try to answer whatever I can in the permitted limited time I have at my disposal. So that session has been based on service rules. Service rules for the government of India are quite vast. Let us see a few of the service rules which we have for us. Service rules, next. Next. Yeah. So I have just jotted down few of the service rules which we have, which we follow in the government of India. So the first and the lengthiest I could say is the FR and SR. So FR, if anybody could have any knowledge about that FR and SR, could share it. Anybody who has a bit of knowledge about the FR and SR?
No, sir.
You have not heard about FR and SR. Okay. So FRs are the fundamental rules and SRs are the supplementary rules. These rules came into effect in the year 1922. So these rules were made before independence, and they are continuing after independence also. We have four parts of FR and SR. FRSR part 1, FRSR part 2, FRSR part 3, FRSR part 4. So in part 1, we have general rules relating to the service matters, which covers the medical of an officer, old time concept, etc., lien, etc. This FR2 consists of pay fixations, how the pay of the employee will be governed. FR3 is the leave rules. The leave rules the CCS leave rules we follow, 1972. They are in the part 3 of the FR and SR. And part 4 contains HRA, DA and DR. So these are the major biggest service rules we have, consisting of the various service conditions. And since they were formulated before independence and are still continuing, so somebody will be thinking how they have been continuing even after independence. What authority do we have to have those rules continuing even after independence? So we have Article 372 in our constitution, which provides that any rule which was being followed in the pre-independence era could continue to be followed in the independent era when the constitution came into fact. And the president will have the power under Article 309 to amend those rules from time to time. So president has been using that power, amending the rules, framing the rules, adding the GOI, Government of India decisions to these FR and SRs from time to time. So FRSR, as I told you, these are four volumes consisting of a lot of rules. So lot of time is required to go into the FR and SRs. The second rule which we follow, generally we follow in all the government offices, is the conduct rules. Last time the session was on conduct rule. We discussed the conduct rules. What should be the conduct of a government employee? What permissions he is required to take prior for doing any transaction, movable property, immovable property, if he's taking any gift or he's engaging in some other employment. So what are the stipulations for discussed in that? And the conduct rule also, that rule 3C has been added, that is prevention of sexual harassment of women at workplace. That has been made part of the CCA rules. Rule 3C has been incorporated. Then there is the CCA rules. The CCA means control, classification and appeal. These rules are basically the disciplinary rules which tell how we have to deal in case of an complaint, an inquiry, how to conduct an inquiry, and how we have to impose a penalty upon a official who has been found guilty of some charges. So the rules are framed for that purpose. The another rule is the general financial rules. How the procurement are done in the government of India by the government offices. The processes and the procedure has been laid down in this, including the procedure of procurement through GEM. All the rules have been framed under these GFR. Then there is the delegation of financial power rules. The delegation of financial power rules specify which authority has what powers and what powers can be delegated by that authority to a subordinate authority. So DFPR generally provides those rules. Then the leave rules is there, part 3 of the FRSR. Next. Then there are other rules, pay fixation, LTC rules, MACP, CGHS, CSMA rules, medical attendance rules, practices and procedures. We have a manual of office procedure, which is called Central Secretariat Manual of Office Procedure, that is being issued by the Department of Administrative Reforms and Public Grievances. And that CSMOP contains how the office procedure has to be followed. What are the guidelines to noting? What are the guidelines to drafting? What are the roles and responsibilities of officials in the government of India? What is the record procedure? After the record is created, how we have to preserve that record, how we have to store that record or retrieve that record. So all that has been prescribed under the CSMOP. Then there are procedures of following parliamentary procedures, because government is answerable to the parliament. We have set of parliamentary procedures rules, how to handle parliament questions, motions, special mentions. All these things are mentioned in the parliamentary procedures. So this is a short background of the rules which we have for the government employees. And every rule in itself is quite elaborate. We need specific and considerable amount of time to discuss that particular rule. If we want to go in detail, I think a workshop of at least 2-3 days is required. If we want to understand the total process of how an inquiry is conducted, we have a workshop of 3 days in ISTM. So there we have mock inquiries are there. We get it in a practical mode. We do it so that the participants can have the experience how a charge sheet is prepared, what things are to be kept in mind when we prepare a charge sheet, what are the roles of every officer, IO, PO, defense assistant, and everything. We do it in a practical manner so that they get a good experiential learning through that workshop. But today I will try to cover the questions as well as the CCS CCA rules, a gist and the overview of that rule, how an inquiry is being conducted if you found anybody violating the government norms or indulging in any activity which is not fit for a government employee. Next. Aage. Yes, next. So as I told you, these are the constitutional provisions which we have under our constitution, which we have to follow in case of a departmental proceedings or disciplinary proceedings. So as we all know, Article 309, it empowers the president to make rules relating to the conditions of service of the employees of the union. Then the Article 310 is the pleasure of the president. It is up to the pleasure of the president. A person can hold the post or office. If we see all the orders in the government of India, where the appointing authority is the president, the orders are issued in the name of president. Even the executive head of the government is the president. The others are the authority who have been delegated by the president to use that authority. So we see the order, it is approved by the secretary, but it is issued in the name of the president. So that power has been delegated to the secretary. Let's say example, to appoint a group A officer in the department or a ministry. When we issue the appointment order, it is a gazette notification. And that gazette notification says that the president is pleased to appoint Shri so and so to such and such post at such and such scale. But the approval is given by the secretary. The secretary is exercising that power, which has been given to the president under Article 310. In fact, when we dismiss a person or end a service of a person, in that case also the president is pleased to. There also the order has to be in the name of the president only. So Article 310 says that it is the pleasure of the president a person will hold his post. Then Article 311. 311 says there is an protection provided to an employee that his dismissal will not be done by the authority which is lower than the appointing authority, and the dismissal can only be after an inquiry. So here comes the principle of natural justice. A person cannot be dismissed from service unilaterally, one-sided, except in few cases. He has to be given reasonable opportunity to prove his or her innocence, and a set procedure has to be followed for dismissing or imposing any penalty over him. It's not possible that without holding an inquiry, without proving the charges, you can hold a person guilty. So that protection has been provided to a person under Article 311. It says that you should inform the delinquent officer about what charges he has been put under. Then he should be given reasonable opportunity of being heard what reply he has on those charges. And it should be clearly indicate, the charges should not be vague, they should be specific: who, what, when, and how. All the clarity should be there, no ambiguity should be there about the charges, so that the officer has all the options available with him to defend himself. Then there is a question whether there can be inquiry in a case a person is substantive, or we can have we cannot have inquiry if a person is temporary. Generally, when anybody joins the service, his status is temporary and he is on a period of probation. After he completes the period of probation, he is made substantive to that post and he acquires the lien. Lien, if we say, means right to a post, right to the title of a post. Till the government servant is not confirmed, he is on probation, he is generally considered under the temporary service rules. And the temporary service rules provide that giving 1 month notice, you can end the service of that person. However, in case a person has acquired lien, he is substantive, he has a right to the post, you have to follow the complete procedure. That means you have to bring out the charge sheet, do the inquiry, then only you can impose the penalty. However, even if you are dismissing a temporary employee, it is in many cases by the court said that you should give the reasonable opportunity to the person whose services are being dismissed. And the dismissal order should clearly state why you are dismissing his services. If you are not following the inquiry procedure, then also you have to tell the person what wrong he has done, and a reasonable opportunity can be given to him and his reply can be considered. Though you have all the powers that you can, giving 1 month notice, you can terminate his services. So Article 311 provides that in certain cases there is no need to conduct an inquiry also. So what are those conditions? The first and the foremost condition is that if an employee has been held guilty by the court of law, then there is no use of holding a departmental inquiry in that case. It means once a person has been convicted by the court of law, there was enough evidence against him that he was guilty, and that's why the court has punished him. So if you conduct an inquiry again, what will be the use of that? It will be sheer wastage of timing and resources of the government of India. So in that case, you can simply, in a criminal case, he has been found guilty, not in any other case. I'm not saying कि किसी का कोई छोटा मोटा केस है उस पे, but in any other criminal case, if he is convicted, you have the opportunity to impose the penalty without conducting the inquiry. Second case, where the president is of the opinion that the interest of the security has been compromised of the country, security, सरकार की security जो है, sovereignty and security of the country has been compromised by anybody. In that case also you can straight away impose the penalty. So cases of espionage, सरकार में अगर आप लोगों ने देखा हो कि पीछे किसी मंत्रालय के कागज किसी ने किसी को दे दिए, किसी डिफेंस पर्सनल्स ने कुछ लीक कर दिया, in that cases there is no need for an inquiry, you can straight away dismiss the person. And the third case is where the disciplinary authority is satisfied for reasons to be recorded that it is not reasonably practical to hold inquiry in the case, कि इस केस के अंदर इंक्वायरी करने का कोई सवाल नहीं उठता या पॉसिबिलिटी नहीं बनती, तो उस केस के अंदर भी सीधा का सीधा आप पेनल्टी इंपोज कर सकते हैं. छोटा सा एक एग्जांपल दे सकता हूं. मोलेस्टेशन ऑफ ए स्कूल चिल्ड्रन बाय ए टीचर, अगर ऐसा कोई केस आया है तो स्ट्रेट अवे यू कैन dismiss the person. There is no requirement of a proceedings to be followed in that. देखिए एक चीज और, there is one word called preponderance of probability. अगर हम न्यायालय के कानून पे जाएं, कोर्ट ऑफ लॉ की जस्टिस की बात करें, इन कोर्ट ऑफ लॉ वी रिक्वायर proof beyond reasonable doubt. We cannot convict a person if the proof is not beyond reasonable doubt. But here in departmental proceedings, though it is a quasi judicial nature of proceedings, we rely on preponderance of probability. Preponderance of probability is a similar term relating to circumstantial evidence. कि though there is no direct evidence against a person, but it is in all likelihood the circumstances are so that it is he who has done this, nobody else could have done this. For example, let us say there is a cashier who is managing the cash and he has kept some money in the locker of the office and he is having the key, and there is a CCTV outside the cash room and people are going out, people are coming in, and one day he says साहब कि there is some misplacement of funds, कुछ पैसे कम हो गए हैं, चोरी हो गए हैं. So if we see the footage, we find that there was nobody else other than the cashier himself in that room, but there is no proper evidence that he has taken the money. So here comes the preponderance of probability. Can anybody else, when anybody else has not entered the room, how the money has gone? So here in situations like this, we rely on circumstantial evidence rather than the direct evidence, and we follow the preponderance of probability in the departmental proceedings. Next. हाँ, ये हमने आपको भी बता दिया कि डिसमिसल जहां पर एक्सेप्शंस हैं, वेयर वी हैव एक्सेप्शंस, क्रिमिनल चार्जेस, नॉट प्रैक्टिकल टू होल्ड द इंक्वायरी, एंड प्रेसिडेंट इज सेटिस्फाइड, नॉट एक्सपीडिएंट टू होल्ड इंक्वायरी ड्यू टू सिक्योरिटी रीजन. नेक्स्ट. These are few of the examples where we feel not practically to hold inquiry, where the witness can be terrorized, threatens, his members can be threatened. So in such cases, the president can say that no inquiry is required, we can directly do it. Next. 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 सिक्योरिटी ऑफ स्टेट, नो इंक्वायरी, ये भी हम बता चुके हैं पहले ही आपको, नो रीजन टू बी रिकॉर्डेड। नेक्स्ट, या दिस वाज प्रिंसिपल ऑफ नेचुरल जस्टिस वी टॉक्ड अबाउट, कि हमें इसको फॉलो करना है। 311 यही कहता है, अपॉर्चुनिटी टू बी हर्ड, नो बायस, पर्सनल, पेक्यूनरी और अदर इंटरेस्ट। देखिए, जो लोग इंक्वायरी के प्रोसेस में आएंगे, अपॉइंट किए जाएंगे, दोज हु विल बी अपॉइंटेड, दे शुड नॉट हैव एनी प्रिजुडिस रिलेटिंग टू द ऑफिसर अगेंस्ट whom the disciplinary proceedings are to be conducted. And even they should not know, sometimes the IOs are appointed outside from the departments, so that an unbiased view could be obtained. The final order should be speaking order. Whenever you are imposing a penalty on anybody, you should specify what you have found in the whole proceedings, justifying your order why you are imposing that penalty. It should not be like that the president has suspended you, just suspended. Not. Your president has dismissed you. It should be clearly specifying why, what misconduct you did. The inquiry found you guilty on this count, this count, this count, and then you have been put under this punishment. And the last thing, justice should not only be done but also appear to be done. This line should always be kept in mind whenever we are sitting in a position where we are deciding the quantum of punishment, the reports considering the level of penalty to be imposed. So we should not only be doing justice, it should not be done but appear to be done. It should be always like that. Next. So appointing authority, the group A, for appointment of group A, the president is the appointing authority. Somebody will be using that power under him, जो भी उनको जिसको भी delegated power होगी appointment के लिए. And for group B, C, D, authority specified in schedule, authority empowered by authority specified in schedule. So every post in authority has been specified for appointment. Sometimes that authority also delegate that power to authority junior to them. So anybody can be the appointing authority. In each case, we have to see who is the appointing authority. Appointing authority is important because जब हम we conduct the inquiry, we have to keep the level of the person in mind who has appointed him. And the person जिसके अगेंस्ट इंक्वायरी हम कर रहे हैं, उससे बिलो लेवल के पर्सन की इंक्वायरी वो नहीं, मतलब किसी और उससे बिलो लेवल ऑफिसर कैन नॉट डू इंक्वायरी फॉर हिम. नेक्स्ट. तो जो स्टेजेस आती हैं इसके अंदर, जब हम किसी भी डिसिप्लिनरी एक्शन के अगेंस्ट जाते हैं, तो मिसकंडक्ट. So what can be a misconduct? जनरली मिसकंडक्ट को हम दो भागों में बांटते हैं. मिसकंडक्ट जिसमें विजिलेंस का एंगल हो, एंड मिसकंडक्ट वेयर देयर इज नो विजिलेंस एंगल. सो विजिलेंस एंगल मींस एलिगेशन ऑफ bribery, corruption, forgery, falsification of records, submission of false claims, possession of assets disproportionate to known source of income, etc. मतलब जहां पैसे से रिलेटेड वित्तीय घपले हों, ऐसी कोई चीज होगी, तो वहां पर क्या हो जाएगा, विजिलेंस एंगल आ जाएगा. और दूसरा जिसमें विजिलेंस एंगल नहीं है, दैट कैन बी लाइक अनऑथोराइज्ड एब्सेंट. एक आदमी आ ही नहीं रहा है, बिना बताए गायब हो गया है. लैक ऑफ डिवोशन टू ड्यूटी, इनसबॉर्डिनेशन, काम नहीं कर रहा है, आपकी बात नहीं मान रहा है. ऑल आर केसेस इन विच देयर इज नो विजिलेंस एंगल इज रिक्वायर्ड, इज इन्वॉल्व. सो दोनों टाइप के, बोथ टाइप्स ऑफ केसेस के बाद वी हैव टू सी अंडर विच कैटेगरी द मिसकंडक्ट फॉल्स. देन the misconduct of an employee has to be conveyed by somebody. You cannot suo moto start in a disciplinary complaint, anybody action, anybody against anybody. So you need a complaint for that. So who will file the complaint? Who will be the complainant? So complainant can be from your organization, within your organization, or complainant can be an outsider. But whoever is the complainant, please verify that the complaint is genuine. People write anonymous, pseudonymous letters complaining about people. But as per the CBC guidelines, these letters should not be considered. The first step, whenever you start acting on a complaint, especially involving vigilance angle, you should first write a letter to the concerned person who have sent you the complaint to get a confirmation that we have received such and such letter. Kindly confirm whether you have sent it or not. Because somebody may have sent letter in somebody else's name. And if you process ahead in that complaint, it may later on the charged official will say that the complainant is forged and the whole inquiry will become infructuous. So at that point, you should verify who is the complainant, and the identity of the complainant should be held secret, not disclosed to anybody, but it should be a genuine complaint. Then comes the preliminary inquiry. If you have found out that the complaint is fair, it has a person behind it who has made it, and you feel that the charges which has been leveled are gross misconduct, you can have a preliminary inquiry done. Generally, the CVO of the organization, the Chief Vigilance Officer of the organization, carries the responsibility of doing the preliminary inquiry. He can delegate that work to any of the officers in the department also to do it. The preliminary inquiry officer, or we call it preliminary investigation officer, he will go into the details of the complaint. He will acquire all the related documents relating to the complaint, and he will even have the discussions with all the persons who are related to that complaint. And on the basis of that, he will submit a preliminary report along with his recommendations. See what he has observed in his preliminary inquiry. In that process, if it is found that the officer who was posted at place X has got to know that an inquiry is being going against him, he may tamper with the evidence against him. So in that cases, you can transfer that officer during the course of the preliminary inquiry itself. So if he is transferred them from there, so there is less chance of any record being tampered, or the witness or the persons from whom inquiries are being made can be influenced by him. So after the preliminary inquiry report is received and it is found that yes, there are sufficient grounds to conduct a disciplinary proceedings against the official, the process will start. There will be a charge sheet, inquiry will be done, report will be forwarded to the charge officer, his reply will be considered, and order will be passed. Next. When charge sheet are issued, if there is no response, if charge sheet, you issued the charge sheet but there is no response from that officer, the inquiry can be proceeded ex parte, means he need not have a discussion or come to the proceedings. Ex parte, that inquiry will be held. If he admits to the charge, then penalty will be imposed. But if he refuses the charge, inquiry will be held and action will be taken. Next. So what is the process of an inquiry? We have inquiry officers, presenting officer, charged officer, defense assistant. So these are the officers. Who is an inquiry officer? An inquiry officer is appointed, and he can be an legal person also outside from the organization also. Then he is the person who is sitting like a judge in an inquiry. He has to see that everything is transparent. The charged officer is being given reasonable opportunity to defend himself or herself. The presenting officer is appointed. He is just like a public prosecutor in a case. His role is to prove the charges against the charged officer. The charged officer is the person against whom the disciplinary proceedings are going on. The charged officer also have a right to defend himself on his own, or he can have a service of a defense assistance. A defense assistant can be any government employee, but he cannot engage a lawyer for that until and unless specifically requested for and approved by the inquiry officer. Then there are state witnesses. That means that will be presented by the presenting officer, the public prosecutor in a sense. And then there will be defense witnesses who will be produced by the charged officer against the charges leveled against him. The role of an inquiry officer is to ensure that daily proceedings are noted down. The documents which the charged officers want is provided to him. If he want to inspect the original documents also, then also he is given the opportunity to do that. Means everything in the fairness of the inquiry is provided to the charged officer, that the inquiry officer will try to ensure. Next. Next. So there are various stages in the examination witnesses. Cross examinations are there, re-examinations are there. So it's a process which have the presenting officer asking question, then the charged officer asking question, then presenting officer again asking question. So these are the various stages in which the witnesses are examined during the disciplinary cases. Next. Now, what penalties? There are two types of penalties prescribed under the rules. We term few of them as the minor penalties and few of them as the major penalties. So, depending on the quantum of misconduct, the penalties are asked by the presenting officer. Presenting officer will be asking for the maximum, but it is the IO who has to decide what penalty should be appropriate in a case of what misconduct. So censure means it's not basically not something like a warning, but it is a type of a censure, a displeasure. Then withholding of promotion, your promotion will be withheld. Recovery from pay of pecuniary loss, if some loss has been made from your side to the government, it can be recovered from your pay. Reduction to a lower stage in pay scale for a period not exceeding 3 years without cumulative effect. Lower stage in pay scale means कि आपको stages जिस stage पे आप कर रहे हैं अभी you can be reduced. That is a financial punishment for you. You will be getting less pay Without cumulative effect mean after 3 years, you will be restoring the loss of your increments. After that, withholding of increment of pay, maybe for 1 or 2 years, you can withhold the increment of a person. So these are the minor penalties. Next. Major penalty. If the authority feels that you have done a grave misconduct, they can impose you a major penalty. Major penalty, the first one is reduction to a lower stage in the same time scale. जिस स्केल में आप कर रहे हैं उसी में आपको लोअर में ले जा सकते हैं. आपकी सर्विस पोस्ट ग्रेड को लोअर कर सकते हैं. देन देयर आर 3 कंपल्सरी रिटायरमेंट, रिमूवल फ्रॉम सर्विस एंड डिसमिसल फ्रॉम सर्विस. Removal and dismissal, there is only one difference. In case of removal, you are not unfit for future employment in the government of India. However, in case of dismissal from service, you are not eligible for any future employment in the government of India. If dismissed, you cannot again come back to the government. But in case of removal, yes, you have the chance, you can come back. In compulsory retirement, you will be retired, you will get your retirement benefits. There will not be any such reductions in those things, but you will be compulsory retired before your actual date of superannuation. Next. These are few of the terms which doesn't mean penalties. अगर आपको इंक्रीमेंट नहीं मिली, आपने कोई डिपार्टमेंटल एग्जाम नहीं पास किया, जैसे कई बार टाइपिंग टेस्ट आर मैंडेटरी फॉर फ्यू पोस्ट और आप नहीं कर पाते हैं तो एग्जाम में आपको इंक्रीमेंट्स नहीं मिलते हैं, तो उसमें आपको वो एक तरह से इट्स नॉट ए पेनल्टी. इन केस डीपीसी रिजेक्ट योर प्रपोजल फॉर सम रीजन, इट डजंट मीन दैट इट इज पेनल्टी. नेक्स्ट. Yeah, this we have already discussed. Level of proof in criminal proceedings, it is beyond doubt. However, in departmental proceedings, it is preponderance of probability. Next. Yes, after the IO has submitted the report, period of limitation, he has all the right to appeal against the order of the IO against the penalty, and there are 45 days period allowed them, and the appellate authority will consider the appeal of the person, and he has every right to reduce the penalty, enhance the penalty, or de novo the inquiry also. If there is any issue relating to the technical nature, if there is anything which has been overlooked by the inquiry officer during the case, the appellate authority can de novo the inquiry also. Yes, sir, you want to ask something? Yes, sir, please, sir, go ahead, sir.
Yeah. So I just wanted to just add 2 points. I think you are telling in such a good way.
Sir.
One thing I like to say that if an internal inquiry has been conducted,
sir,
and the officer has accepted the mistake and then further writes, then an external inquiry should be conducted. In such cases, I understand that once he has accepted the mistake, then he cannot ask for external inquiry further. If an internal inquiry has been done and the officer is not accepting the mistake, and then he can put a request that I do not agree with the internal inquiry, an external inquiry should be constituted and conducted in the matter. Am I correct, sir?
Yes, yes.
Okay,
Absolutely.
so because what we face in organizations, when we conduct an internal inquiry, the officer accepts the mistake and then further asks for an external inquiry that I don't trust the inquiry committee and an external inquiry. In that case, it can be refused that once you have accepted the mistake, then external inquiry is not required. That is one point I wanted to clarify, sir. And second point is because many of the organizations, they have people on deputation.
Yes, sir.
So there are slightly different guidelines for disciplinary actions against the borrowing and the say parent department. So once you have a person or officer on deputation from some other department, then the penalty has to be imposed by the parent department. You can only recommend.
Yes.
You have to conduct an internal inquiry. You have to submit the finding of internal inquiry along with your recommendation to the controlling department or the parent department of the person from where the person has become on deputation, because they are the appointing authority of that person, because that person is on deputation with you. Third point, sir, is about the penalty, that if even a minor penalty has been imposed, except for censure, because in censure, I think vigilance clearance cannot be given to a person, because many times happens that a person has been imposed a minor penalty and then they ask for vigilance clearance. So I think it will be very important, sir, you can highlight about this aspect also, that even if a minor penalty has been imposed on a person, as simple as shifting of increment by a year or two, then during that period, vigilance clearance cannot be given to the person. So this point I think you can, because this happens very frequently. Sir, उनको छोटी सी penalty लग गई, minor penalty, या फिर उनको vigilance clearance, because we have seen that in spite of inquiry done, penalty imposed, people have been given vigilance clearances. This is very important, sir. Thank you, sir. Over to you.
Sir, thank you, sir, for your questions. I'll take the last one first. During the currency of the period of penalty, you cannot give the vigilance clearance. Currency means कितने time तक उसके ऊपर penalty चल रही है. That means he is under the punishment. So that vigilance clearance cannot be given to him during that period. Once that is over, it can be given. For censure, there is no currency period. Censure has been given. As per my understanding, for censure, you cannot deny the vigilance clearance to him. For censure, you cannot stop a person to get promoted. So, but for the other penalties, for let's say if somebody has been given penalty for 2 years, that 2 years period he has to complete before getting eligible for the vigilance clearance. Second, sir, you are absolutely right that in case of deputations, yes, the borrowing organization is the recommending authority only. It is up to the parent organization to impose the penalty over the officer, because in that cases what happens generally, it says that you have to revert that officer to the parent organization with the recommendations. So once the person has gone back, you don't have any right over him, because he has already not under your anymore. He's not under you now. So it is up to the parent organization to take any action against him, sir. And your third question, sir, can you come again for that, sir?
That was regarding if an internal inquiry has been conducted and the officer has accepted the mistake and has asked for a pardon, then further rights, but I'm not convinced with the inquiry, and external inquiry should be further conducted. In that case, external inquiry can be refused because you have accepted the mistake, and so on that basis, a decision can be taken.
Sir, the person has agreed to the charges.
Yes.
Now the question is, what was the misconduct? Does it was a misconduct which comes under the vigilance angle or not? If it comes under the vigilance angle, then you have to seek the first stage CVC advice. कि साहब ये आदमी था, इसके अगेंस्ट हमने ये इंक्वायरी करी और ये हुई, अब हमें इस पे क्या करना है. तो CVC they will give you the advice. If it is other than that, it is up to the organization to take a call कि आप उसमें उनको कोई, आप जब एक बार आदमी कह रहा है कि मैंने ये मान लिया है, it is not, he is not questioning the conduct of the inquiry, but he is saying कि मैंने जो स्टेटमेंट दिया वो मैं नहीं देना चाहता हूं. अगर आप एक बार बोल के मना कर रहे हैं, इट इज नॉट जस्टिफाइड इन एनी वे, और अगर आप उसके अगेंस्ट चार्जशीट करते हैं तो मेरे हिसाब से उसमें कोई गलत वो नहीं होगा. लेट हिम टेक एनी अदर रिकोर्स रेमेडी इफ ही फील्स सो.
करेक्ट सर. ओके, फाइन, थैंक यू.
थैंक यू सर. ओके, अपील का जो प्रोसेस है मैंने बताया, जैसे 45 डेज की लिमिट रहती है, or there is a process, and the appellate authority can revise जो भी पेनल्टी लगी है उसको आप चेंज कर सकते हो, उसमें रद्दोबदल कर सकते हैं। नेक्स्ट, अपीलेट अथॉरिटी के बाद भी एक रिवीजन की अपील होती है कि दोबारा से एक कंसिडर कर लें, तो उसके अंदर भी ऑर्डर को रिवाइज करने की एक गुंजाइश रहती है। नेक्स्ट, नेक्स्ट, रिटायरमेंट होने के बाद क्या होगा? अगर रिटायर हो गए हैं तो क्या होगा? क्या प्रोसीडिंग्स हो सकती है, नहीं हो सकती? अगर प्रोसीडिंग पूरी नहीं हो पाए रिटायरमेंट से पहले, तो एक ऑर्डर ऑफ प्रेसिडेंट से लिया जाएगा कि भाई ये हो नहीं पाई हमसे पहले से, वी कुडंट कंप्लीटेड बाय द ही वाज इन सर्विस, और हमें उसको आफ्टर रिटायरमेंट भी कंटिन्यू करके उसमें ऑर्डर पास करना पड़ेगा। नेक्स्ट, चलिए जी, आई हैव जस्ट स्किप्ड इट क्विकली फॉर द 3-4 स्लाइड बिकॉज आवर टाइम वाज लेस। आई हैव टू टेक few of the questions also which have been provided to me, so please bear with me that I skipped the last 2-3-5 slides quite quickly. I have few questions. I'll just go one by one, which I could take up in the given time now. The first one is, if employer does not complete APR processing in time, narrate the remedial measures or any alternative solution for the employee. So देखिए सर, हर APR का एक टाइम शेड्यूल है, and every year the Department of Personal Training issues an order relating to the timelines of APR. अगर वो कोई उसको फॉलो अप नहीं कर रहा है, सो इट इज एट देयर फॉल्ट, और अब तो उसको ऑनलाइन स्पैरो में डाल दिया गया है। इफ यू डोंट फिल इट बाय द लास्ट डे, इट ऑटोमेटिकली गोज टू द नेक्स्ट स्टेज, सो यू डोंट हैव एनी ऑप्शन लेफ्ट इन दैट। जैसे मान लीजिए द रिपोर्ट, द ऑफिशियल हिमसेल्फ हैज नॉट फिल्ड अप हिज ओन पार्ट, उसने अपना सेल्फ डिटेल ही नहीं भर के दिया है आपको, तो आप रिव्यू क्या करेंगे? तो लास्ट डे के बाद क्या होगा? इट विल ऑटोमेटिकली गो टू द रिपोर्टिंग ऑफिसर, एंड रिपोर्टिंग ऑफिसर ऑन हिज ओन कैन फिल अप द एपीआर विदाउट द इट बीइंग फिल्ड बाय द कंसर्न ऑफिसर हिमसेल्फ। सेल्फ अप्रेजल के बिना ही उसको आप रिपोर्ट और रिव्यू कर सकते हैं, और अगर रिपोर्टिंग ऑफिसर नहीं भर रहा है, इट विल गो ऑटोमेटिकली टू द रिव्यूइंग ऑफिसर। And in that case, if you have a manual system, whenever there is last date, please issue an order to them that you should fill it up by this date. Otherwise, it will be treated as moving automatically. Yeah, by default, it will move to the next stage, and you will lose your chance of filling it.
सर एक क्वेश्चन डॉक्टर अनुपम।
जी सर, जी प्लीज मैम।
प्लीज आस्क योर क्वेश्चन डॉक्टर अनुपम। नहीं है?
No, okay. The second question is, in reporting a corrupt practice, which channel should be approached at first instance? So हमने आपको बता ही दिया कि विजिलेंस एंगल में दो तरह की कंप्लेंट आएंगी, तो एक विजिलेंस एंगल होगा, तो इसमें विजिलेंस एंगल है। सो फर्स्ट वी नीड ए कंप्लेंट। इफ कंप्लेंट मिलती है तो आपको एक प्रिलिमिनरी इंक्वायरी करानी होगी उसके लिए, एंड देन यू कैन फर्दर टेक द एक्शन। थर्ड वन, हाउ टू मैनेज स्टाफ लीव, स्पेशली पर्संस अवेलिंग लॉन्ग टर्म लीव्स, एग्जांपल CCL। देखिए सर, लीव्स तो मैनेज करना ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के हेड का काम है, या जो लीव सैंक्शन कर रही है अथॉरिटी, उनको करना है। दे हैव टू सी द मैन पावर अंडर देम, कि वर्क शुड नॉट हैम्पर इफ somebody goes on long leave, or there should be appropriate person who should look after the work in the absence of a person. As regard leave is not a matter of right, as per the leave rules, conditions, general conditions, leave is not a matter of life, right. Every leave should be get prior sanctioned and approved. If person proceeds on without getting the approval, it is termed as unauthorized absence. So you can take every action over that person. हाँ प्लीज, क्या क्वेश्चन है सर, जरा पढ़ देंगे? आई कुडंट सी। नहीं, कुछ आया नीचे लिख के, एक किसी ने क्वेश्चन पूछा। इफ
then what can we do?
No, it is the fault of the organization if it is not done, it is not disclosed. It is the general duty of the person who is the custodian of the APR. देखिए, APR has a channel. It starts from the officer, goes to reporting officer, then reviewing officer, then to a person who is responsible for disclosing it to the concerned person. If that person is not doing his duty correctly, he should be reprimanded for that. Every process should be followed correctly in the organization, then only this type of complaint will not be there. It is under the rules written that the APR has to be disclosed. You can ask your APR in RTI also. अपनी personal तो ले ही सकते हैं. Then we have the procedure of receipt, dark, noting. This is a long, but I told you CSMOP, Central Secretariat Manual of Office Procedure is there. So maybe in some other session, we will try to cover these things because this is a long thing. The definition of sexual harassment at workplace and guidelines for prevention. In last session, we conducted Rule 3C, I told you. The rule which governs this sexual harassment at workplace, we discussed last time. What are the general conditions for leave, types of leave? Again, this is a very long topic. There are several conditions of leave as well as types of leave. So we'll require one separate session for this. Disciplinary proceedings we have discussed today. Conduct rules we discussed last time. Can a senior faculty be questioned by junior faculty in an inquiry? Is it not necessary to share a fact-finding report with the personnel queried upon? It is not necessary to share the fact-finding report. ऐसा कहीं नहीं है कि आपको compulsory share करनी है. No, you cannot share that. और रही बात जूनियर की सीनियर से पूछने के लिए, तो किस लेवल में वो पूछ रहे हैं? Is he the PO? प्रेजेंटिंग ऑफिसर के रूप में पूछ रहे हैं वो क्वेश्चन उनसे, या कैसे पूछ रहे हैं? तो दैट यू हैव टू सी, अदरवाइज ही कैन नॉट आस्क. What needs to be done if a faculty has not declared a pending professional case against the previous institute while applying to a new AIMS? देखिए साहब, इसमें तो आपको विजिलेंस क्लियरेंस मिलनी चाहिए थी पुराने इंस्टीट्यूट से. अगर उन्होंने ये नहीं डिस्क्लोज किया, इट इज ए मिसकंडक्ट ऑन हिज पार्ट एंड दिस इज नॉट हैविंग ए विजिलेंस एंगल. What action may be taken if an officer faculty is continued in his her probation period and not getting permanent post even after 4 years? What is affected? What can be done? देखिए, period of probation has to be confirmed after that. Generally we give 2 years and maximum it is 3 years. 1 year more, if a person is found, his report is found is not satisfactory, he is given an opportunity to improve upon himself or herself for 1 year. And again he is found that no, he is not improved, you have every right to repatriate him to his post where he is having a lien, where he has a right to post and from where he has come.
There is a question.
हाँ जी, yes sir.
Dr. Dev, please ask your question. Dr. Dev, please. उनको अनम्यूट कर दीजिए.
सर मेरा क्वेश्चन वो APR के रिलेटेड था.
जी.
Like whenever sometimes we get say people when there is last date, so say to the reporting officer, the faculty or other they are submitting their APR, their self appraisal, say on the last date.
Okay.
Like that. So in that case, how should the reporting officer take it? Is it mandatory for him? Then he has received on the last date, so he has to forward it on the same date.
No, sir. Even reporting officer gets some time to write it. It is not that you get it on last date. It is like this. For filling up by the officer, it will say last date is 30th of April. By filling up by reporting officer is 15th of May. Then finally filling by the reviewing officer 30th of June. You will get sufficient time. Not 1 day, sir. You will get at least 15 or 7 days. It is not that you will get on last date and it is the last day for you to also fill.
Okay, sir.
Everybody will get some time. So I was talking about this probation one. तो probation अगर पूरा नहीं हुआ है उनका 3 साल तक ये आप कर सकते हैं. चौथे साल में it is gone beyond that. So there is no provision after 3rd year. Maybe special order से आप कर सकते हैं. और दूसरी प्रॉब्लम, अगर ये व्यक्ति कहीं और ऑर्गेनाइजेशन से आपके यहाँ आए हैं, if he has come from some other organization holding a lien to that post, that lien would also have expired because they will also not keep it beyond 3 years. A person has a right only to hold a lien to one post, either here or there. Generally, lien is for the purpose that you have until you become substantive to a post, you have a lien at some other post, you can go back. But if you cannot get substantive here, the organization will not keep your post forever. They will keep it for 2 years. 1 more year they will give. You don't want to come there, they will appoint somebody else on that post. So that person who is not getting his probation completed even after 4 years, he is unki job khatre mein hai, sir. As far I understand. So these are the questions, and
Sure.
I believe I have concluded my time also. Sir, any other question is there?
If the reviewing officer doesn't believe in the reporting officer,
Hmm.
this is the question.
बोले
If the reviewing officer does not believe in the reporting officer,
reviewing officer can give his own comments. He is not to be judged by the reporting officer. He has to give his own views. He can
नहीं,
have
पहले-
contrary views to the reporting officer.
Second question is from Dr. Saurav Ashne. Can inquiry report copy be asked by CO?
Inquiry report, which inquiry report, sir? Preliminary inquiry report you asking?
Yeah. Because if you are giving a charge sheet to a person
Hmm.
and the person asks for a detailed copy of the inquiry report, so
Sir,
does he have a right to ask for?
sir, once a charge sheet is given to him, there is nothing left, because a charge sheet is more elaborate and extensive than the report. So you can very well refuse that.
Correct. Sir. Thank you.
Next question is from Dr. Pratima. Can an officer of same rank do the APAR?
It's not appropriate. It's not appropriate to write an APR, but it can happen in some organization, but the competent authority has to pass an order for that. And it is not desirable, but as per my understanding, it is not desirable.
Sir, there is any excuse me, sir. Is there
Haji.
any alternative to APR? For example, you are working in an institute, they have lost your APR. There is any alternative to APR also?
Sir, come again with your question. I couldn't get it clearly.
My question is, your institution says we have lost your APR. We have
Okay.
no this. They give it writing. Is there any alternative of APR also, sir?
Sir, देखिए, APAR once written cannot be rewritten. First thing, है ना? This can be an internal arrangement within the organization, because once it is lost, it has to be created again. The dates will not be same. Maybe people will not be remembering what they write earlier. So it is the person who was the custodian of that APR should be held responsible for that. No reconstruction of APR is permissible.
So another question is,
I have one more
if
question.
one is just not confirmed after 5 years without any letter of not confirming.
अगर 5 साल में कंफर्म नहीं किया तो लेटर भी कोई नहीं दे, क्या करेंगे?
This is a procedural lapse. Please try to understand. You should write to your officer who is in charge for this work that I joined this organization on this date for a period. I was kept for in your appointment order. It is written for how many period you will be on probation. You have completed your probation, and before the probation is completed, let me tell you, the process is like that. If the probation is going to be completed in next 3 months, before that 3 months, your appraisal report will be called from your officer. The committee will be constituted. That committee will consider that report, and they will recommend that this person should be confirmed or make substantive to the post. But the organization is not doing that. Or the other case can be the committee met, but they didn't feel that you should be confirmed because your report was adverse. It can be either way. So they would have given you a letter that yes, we met, we find that your case was not fit. You are given another to improve your performance, and we'll reconsider it after 6 months, or let's say after a year. It is just you have to check it whether the committee meeting has been convened or not. Has the case been considered or not? It is quite strange that after 5 years the confirmation has not been done.
Dr.
Sir?
Dr. Dev sir has raised the hand.
Yes, sir. I have one question regarding this confirmation.
Ji,
Is
sir.
it on the part of the employee to apply that his
No,
is
sir. No, it
compulsory?
is not on the part of the employee. It is on the part of the organization's administration, establishment divisions, administration division to see that all those employees who are completing their probation should be confirmed. If they have done their job very well and the committee has recommended that it is their duty. But sometimes the administration is not that quick. So it's your personal issue. You should remind them that you should confirm us.
Okay. And so second question is regarding the reporting officer that for APR you said, if two persons are on the same rank, say someone is a professor and someone, many other people will be getting promoted in the due course of time. So when someone is a professor and HOD, and then say other people have also got promoted and they're ultimately in the same rank. So in that case, is the person qualified enough to write the APR, the reporting officer?
Sir, the APR is written for the period you have worked under an officer. So the APR is not for today. It was for the past year. So past year में क्या आप उनके साथ में थे? You were equivalent to him. You didn't work under him. It is the period under which you work under an officer. The APR is written. So आज की डेट में हो सकता है आप एक ही रैंक में हैं, एक ही साथ बैठ रहे हैं, एक ही जगह है, लेकिन जिस वक्त की APR होगी उस वक्त आपका स्टेटस क्या था? It will depend on that only.
So my question is, sir, is it dependent on the rank, say professor, additional professor?
No, sir. It depends on to whom you report for your work. You put up a file, to whom it goes, who supervises the work you are doing. APR
maybe can be of the same rank.
Can be of the same rank. Every organization have different structures, sir. Maybe the person to whom you are reporting, he is a doctor having more experience in the field. So that's why you are reporting to him. So it can be like that also. That's the organization way they post you. If you work under somebody, he will write your APR.
Okay, sir. My third question is, sir, what is is there any minimum period for which a person has to work under someone so that that person can report?
Absolutely. 3 months is the period. 3 महीने से कम है तो हम एक NRC दे देते हैं, नो रिकॉर्ड सर्टिफिकेट, नो रिपोर्ट सर्टिफिकेट दे देते हैं कि 3 महीने से कम पीरियड था, इसलिए APR नहीं लिखी गई है. 3 महीने से ज्यादा ही होना चाहिए.
I mean, the reporting officer can forward it to the reviewing officer that this person has worked only for very short, because maybe the reporting officer is joined late.
You need not fill the APR for that period. You should simply tell to your APR department that NRC may be generated for this period because the period was less than 3 months. In fact, they should do themselves.
My question, sir, if the reporting officer has joined the institute late, so he is working for less than 3 months, then he will not write the APR for his juniors, right?
The junior will not put up his APR to him.
Okay.
Because it is less than 3 months he was working under him.
Okay.
Okay, thank you so much. I think this session generated a lot of discussion. So we thank the speaker for this session.
Thank you.
Shri Bhati ji, Jitendra Bhati ji. He is a senior officer in ISTM, and thank you for your valuable time.
Thank you, sir.
And the response, the question, I think you are now very favorite with the participant. Maybe we'll call you next time again, sir, if some of the areas are left out.
Yes.
So we'll try to cover these areas in the next follow-up session, which we have for the July session. So we'll invite the participant from this batch also to join. I will send you the sort of link, Zoom link, so your participant from this session can also join. So with these words, once again, I thank you all. Thank you, sir.
Thank you all. Thank you all very much for your attendance in this session. I really enjoyed coming back again second time here. I hope to see you in future also. Thank you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Now it is my privilege to introduce the next speaker. We have Professor Rajesh Sagar, sir, with us. Sir is professor in the Department of Psychiatry at All India Institute of Medical Sciences. And all of you have attended his session during the 3 days workshop, which you were here. And in this feedback format, sir, the participant had enjoyed your session very much, and they requested that maybe when we have a follow-up session, maybe you can give some practical tips for managing the stress. Sir. So now we request you kindly give some tips for our participant, how they can relax in their office despite busy schedule, and maybe some exercises and practical tips. Thank you so much. Over to you, sir.
Fine. Good evening to everyone. You can hear me all?
Yes, sir.
Okay, wonderful. So first of all, thank you so much for inviting and having this important lecture. And I understand that the stress, talking about stress is so important, and I'm very glad that NAMS has taken up this responsibility, and I myself have been part of this for last few months and have taken few lectures also, and also very happy to know that the interest which has been shown by esteemed our participant experts and professionals and leaders for this particular session. So and we know that why this is important, and we hope that we will be able to do the justice for this important talk. So what I will do, I will quickly go through the presentation, and mainly this presentation, the stress management. Can I share my slides from here?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay, great. So I will just share, and I'm sorry I am not there because I came in between because there was a heavy traffic jam because so I had to come. I thought that otherwise everything will be delayed. So in between from my residence, I have come back to my home for this presentation. So I'm happy that otherwise I had planned to come to NAMS itself. So you can see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Slide. Just a minute. I hope you are able to see my screen.
Say it is visual, sir.
Okay, great. Okay, wonderful. So so basically what I will do, there is a hand up by Dr. Deb. Is there anything you want to say? There is hands up by Dr. Deb, Dr. Tirthankar Deb. Okay, fine, because I would thought that maybe something. Okay, so so basically this particular lecture is geared towards a leader. So I have modified a bit, and in fact, some time back I have taken this for as a NAMS Navigate program for postgraduate students, postgraduate students, undergraduate students earlier. And for this leaders, I have modified a bit, and also just to make you aware that NAMS has taken up a very important responsibility on the task force on stress. Anyone who wants to see, it's more at a macro level, it's at the wider level. So, but what we will be discussing today is at the ground level, that is a micro level what we'll be discussing, but tweaking a bit for the leadership role, because I understand that all of you are leaders. So mainly from your perspective, how this is important. So I will mainly talk about those. So this will be the outline, what the stress is, occupational stress in healthcare, what it is, what exactly, why we should be, it's important for us, what are the signs and symptoms, how to identify. In fact, you all have an important role, not only about yourself, always I say, but also to your patients, your friends, your family members. So it's very easy to identify the signs and symptoms of stress. And also the buzzword nowadays, what we talk is a burnout. What is burnout? In fact, to give some understanding, and most of my 80% slide will be on the stress management, what you can do at your own level, at different levels, and this is the compilation of that. Now, just to understand what is stress, I think there are several definitions, several concepts about stress, but basically what you see, it's a tug of war of demands and resources. And basically the stress is emotional and physical response what one experiences whenever there is an imbalance as such between demands and the resources. So that is what the stress is. When let's say when the demands are more than the resources, then it creates an imbalance which is leading to a stress. In fact, there are many other definitions, but giving rise to emotional and the physical response. So that is what the stress is. Now, to understand, you also need to see when we talk of demand, when the demands are more than resources, just understand a table where we have several things like, financial, your relationship issues, your work file, your work time, and what the work you are doing. So all is adding up to your weight on the bridge as such. This is what the stress is, and ultimately you think this stable is like your body and mind. So everything is adding the weight and the pressure on this. So and what happens when it's too much, when it's overwhelming? So what will happen? It will bend or strain or even break at times. So that is what is stress. When it's a breaking point is when it is, which is leading to all the physical, emotional, psychological symptoms and so on. Now, this is a very important concept. Hence, Haile is known as a father of stress. And the important thing is the response as such, what is known as GAS, that is a general adaptation syndrome. And the stress response basically defends to great extent, but after some time, then it fatigues, then it goes down. So if you see X and Y axis, is the basically different phases, like phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, and the y-axis is basically the stress resistance from low to high. So what you see when the stress occurs, so initially what happens, it's alarm reaction, it's mobilize the resources when the disaster is happening. So it's also known as sometimes it's a honeymoon phase where all the resources are there, all the facilities comes up, all people come together. So actually during that time the resistance goes down a bit, but later if you see in the yellow phase, that is the phase of resistance, that is the coping with the stressors occur, and to great extent the body resistance is there to the stress, which can last for some time before the exhaustion occur. The blue, the third part you can see, after some time when it's too much, it is happening, then the exhaustion starts. When the reserves are depleted, then where the problem comes up, which are physical, emotional, or psychological. So this is known as general adaptation syndrome, or the response to a stress, which goes through different phases as such. And our concern for the health professional is in the blue zone, where the problem occurs and so on. So initial part you can see where we all resist to a great extent, and that is what we call as a coping with a stressor. Now, also to understand, I think there are many different types, but I'll just give you some glimpse about what the acute stress is and what the chronic stress is. Acute stress, as we understand, it's a acute, it's a short-lived and interfering with the safety or the functioning of the individual, and what you feel after a critical incident. So whenever any event has happened, so that is leading on to what we call the acute stress. The psychiatric condition is acute stress reaction, acute stress disorder, and so on. And once the situation resolved, then also it diminishes. The best example is the acute stress is anyone who has witnessed the violence or disaster or any flood or even any earthquake, or so that's the initial phase is what we call as acute stress. Then the phase is what we call as a chronic stress, that is the long term, which is leading to burnout, and also might be result of any traumatic or loss of event, or any ongoing stressor which is happening on day-to-day life, which we'll talk later. And feeling may not have been dealt with, and the chronic stress remains. So basically feeling which sustains over a period of time, that is known as a chronic. So it can lead to chronic physical condition, which may be linked to a stress. Now, there is also a cost and longevity issues with that. So it reduces the morale of a person. There could be absenteeism when we, especially in the context of work. Presentism means, person is there, but he's not fully there. His mind is not fully there. That is known as presentism, though physically is there. Increased turnover of the employees when there is a burnout, due to a burnout. Increased cost is involved because hiring a person, training a new employee, and so on. And also leading on to negative impact to the patient care, because here the crucial and the bottom line is the leading to a negative impact to the patient care. Now, just to give you the glance, I'm taking the example of the pandemic. So you can see, and this is not our data, this is the information provided all over the world, including our own country. And WHO had given out the report that huge number of people, about 50% of them, they did have a increased rate of anxiety, depression, and so on. So one can see that in this healthcare worker, 93% experience stress, 86% experience anxiety, 76% exhaustion, and this magnitude, the numbers are enormous, and that is why having such lectures, having such discussion, having such important topic becomes so relevant and so important, because for many reasons. 70% problem is sleeping. Sleeping is a very, very important thing, and physical exhaustion, work-related dread, and the career path, 52% fatigue, and so on. So you can see the numbers are magnitude, and this is what the evidence we had after the pandemic as such. Now, even the study which was done, this is there in the website. They were done in 10 different states. More than 1,000 people were taken up, and looking at the what we call a general health questionnaire, which is a standard questionnaire to look at the general health, including mental health and also occupational stress also. And you can see in this anxiety, depression, stress had exacerbated in the healthcare worker, and there was gender disparity. Female had a higher risk of psychological distress. Doctor and nurses report higher level of distress, and this is what the evidence we had from our own country, from our own 10 different states. And basically the factors were increased workload, lack of resources, and society stigma, and so on. Okay, so now we have talked something about stress, but the question remains, is stress always bad? I think many people ask, many people discuss, many people, they ask us, they talk about it. Is it always bad? My answer is no. And what Hens Eile has said, as a father of stress, the only person without stress is a dead person. So if a person is alive, so stress will happen. It's bound to happen. Only a dead person will not have a stress. But the important thing is that moderate level of stress actually improves the performance and efficiency. I think that's a very key thing. Because the reason is because stress sometimes brings the motivation also. If you go back to your own time, sometimes we know that the best comes out when we have a minimum level of stress as compared to no stress. No stress actually gives to the situation of boredom. We are relaxing too much, laid back attitude, and so on. But if there is some level of stress, which actually comes out, the best comes out during that phase, whatever situation you may take. So it's important for the survival. We all know the stress, fight or flight response, and that is what, if anything happens, so our body prepares ourselves. The adrenaline rush is there to run away from the situation. Suppose anything happens, like something falls on us, or anything comes in front of us. So what we'll do? We will run away from that. So basically that is, or we fight. So our body is being prepared to fight the situation. That is what is important for the survival as such, and especially in the animal, we all know, also in the human. So that is there one of the important aspect of the stress. For the optimum performance, inverted, that's a peak, but later when it continues, then it may reduce our performance. So that's a basic thing about stress. So what the message here is that the stress is not always bad, and that is what we need to know about this. Now, there are a few questions which are important. When is stress experienced as bad? What are the situations? And why same stressor evoke different reaction in different people? Giving you an example, like say for example, the result has come out, and there are let's say there are 50 people have failed, out of thousands of exam. So different people will react differently to the same stress. So the failure is same for everyone, but different people will react in a different way. And also it is important to understand that why different people are affected to varying degree with the same stressor. So even in that group also, people will have some people will have a mild, some people may have moderate or severe. But the important thing is the positive message here is that many people are able to cope, many people are able to handle. Only there are few people who have a problem, but our the psyche, our development, As such, our understanding is different in different people. And one of the important factor in this is when we talk that why this difference happens, it is basically the difference is the role of perception, which is extremely important. How we perceive. That is why we say it's not the stress, the intensity of stress, but our own perception of stress, which becomes important, which is important. And that is why the difference is there in different people as such, Now, this is also to understand there are two major reasons for that. One, how we perceive and what is our perception of a situation is like a dangerous, difficult, or painful. And also at the same time, we do not believe that we have resources to cope with it. So we may have a perception also, but at the same time, when the resources are not there to cope, which is leading on to a feeling of stressed out. So these are two important things. And that is why these individual differences are there in different people. To give you an example, like some people, especially even when we talk, giving the example of doctor, some may be stressful, about let's say about giving exams or any assessments which are happening on a regular basis. Some may not have that much level of stress, but may have a difficulty in how they are going to face their seniors. So that may be stressful to them, or dealing with different kinds of patients. So different people, even when we talk of mothers, sometimes the more stress is there, how they are going to handle their children, versus some may have more problem, may be stressed out for the traveling, or so on. So different people may have a different level of perception, which is leading on to a problem. So it's not same for everyone, though the stimulus is same, but different people have different perception. And also at the same time, they think that they do not have the resources to cope with it or to handle with it. That is how the people will feel stressed out. Okay, so now what are the stress among healthcare worker and leaders? And these are the important because here we are talking of the leaders, and this is talking specifically about the leadership role. So healthcare leadership role are inherently stressful. We all know, due to high workloads, we all are aware of that. Complex decision making and responsibility of managing diverse teams. Prolonged exposure to stress, of course, can lead to burnout, which all we need to be aware of, and which is not that uncommon. A lot of people come to us that they have burnout, they want to leave the job, or they want to have another job, and so on, because after all, they are handling so many issues are there, like family, their children, their own professional life, academics, and so on, which again is leading on to emotional exhaustion, reduce job satisfaction, and decrease productivity. So burnout is a very, very important aspect, and which again a leader need to be aware of it, especially those who are in healthcare industry. Leaders experiencing stress may face challenges with regard to empathy and compassion as such, because it gets blunted, which again the most important thing, which again can lead to a compromised patient care. So that is why the importance of stress management is there for the healthcare leaders, which all you are, and that is why there is a reason that we need to be aware about about the stress management and so on, not only to yourself but also to your patients and to your colleagues and everyone. Now, when we talk of stress, occupational stress, in context of leadership and in healthcare, specifically healthcare services, so these are important areas which all you would be facing on day-to-day basis. Some may be more, some may be less, but these are, as a leader, you may be facing, and these are important aspects when we talk of leadership. One is the most important, as a decision making. So occupational stress can impair leaders' ability to make a clear and timely decision, which again can lead to indecision and poor choices at times. So when you are under stress, your choices are, again may be affected, and your decision making power may also be affected. Communication, again, that's a very important thing, and as a leader you need to communicate to everyone. So stress may hinder the effective communication skills in the leader, resulting in misunderstanding, miscommunication, and breakdown in teamwork. So you can see that how stress is affecting in the communication in the leader. Employees' relationship. High level of stress among leaders can negatively impact relationship with team members. causing tension, conflict, and decreased morale. You know yourself, when your leaders are under stress, so we don't approach them. Unka to mood kharab hai, my boss is irritable, my leader is irritable, I don't want to approach him. So it can affect negatively the relationship with the team member. Strategic planning can also be affected. So occupational stress may disrupt leader focus on long-term strategic planning, hindering the organization ability to adapt and innovate. Workload management, again, because stress can make it challenging for leader to effectively manage their workload, which again lead to the feeling of overwhelm, burnout, and decreased productivity. So you can see the occupational stress in the leaders as such can have a serious impact on the healthcare services. Now, these are important common stresses when we talk of medical professionals. As such, you all would be aware of it. Just to put in the context that the job, which the workload, time pressure, because we all have to deal with all this, administrative duties, sleep deprivation, no regular meals, threat of malpractice, and so on. The organization level, the career structure, the career uncertainty, inadequacy of resources and staff, lack of senior support, and so on. The doctor as such, what kind of personality that the doctor has. Hardy means tough versus non-hardy, high demands on self and other, dealing with death and dying, because this is the only professional which is so much involved with the death and dying. As a doctor, we need to deal with it. Sometimes we get so much upset when we are not used to it, especially in the initial phase of our career. Confrontation with emotional and physical suffering, relationship with other people like staff conflict, professional isolation, patient expectation, and level of support from friends and family. Work-life balances like stress from work to home and vice versa, lack of exercise and other leisure activity, lack of free time, home demands, and all these are important when we talk in the context of work-life balance. Now, this is just to give you some of the magnitude. 80% of the healthcare leaders, I'm talking of leaders now, that too on the healthcare, report the level of stress or the burnout, which has increased 2022. So you can imagine that COVID would have gone, but it has affected many of us, especially the healthcare leaders. So you can see these are not my figures; these are evidence-based figures. As such, 80% the increase was reported, 14% stayed the same, 6% reported decrease. So important thing is you see that 80% the report there was an increase in the stress level in the healthcare leaders. Now, these are the common stressors. I think personal changes, illness, end of relationship, financial shift, family changes, marriage, divorce, because after all, doctor is also a human being, has a life, so all these may lead to a stress. Work changes, new boss, unemployment, environmental changes, natural disaster, relocation, and so on. And these are again common causes of stress. That is what we have said, that external and internal. External are the environmental, that is the physical surrounding, what is around us, family and relationship problems, work-related problems, dissatisfaction, overload. I can tell you this can lead to an important stressor. Social stressors like financial constraints, major life changes or events, daily hassles of demand like going to office, meeting a boss, problems, marital disharmony, and so on. Internal factors are uncertainty or worries, pessimistic attitude, self-criticism, unrealistic expectation, perfectionism. Those who have a perfectionism, they are also at the risk for the high risk for stressors. Low self-esteem, excessive or unexpressed anger, lack of assertiveness, and so on. Now, how to identify? Because as a doctor, as a leader, I think it is important not only to yourself, but also to your colleagues and friends and the family members. So basically, you can divide in 6 major categories: physical, autonomic, and social symptoms. Physical: fatigue, exhaustion, headache, band-like headache, body ache, disturbed sleeps, nightmares, early morning awakening, appetite changes. Autonomic symptom like dry mouth, palpitation, chest pain, abdomen cramps, trembling, cold extremities. Social symptom: withdrawing from others, मिलने का मन नहीं करना किसी से, poor interpersonal relationship, few friends, you have just confined to yourself, unable to trust on others, and more. Then other 3 are behavioral, withdrawn from others or excessive dependency, lack of self-care, lack of initiative or procrastination, delaying, agitation on minor issues, interpersonal issues, poor productivity, absenteeism, absent from the work, accidents, error, because I can tell you the stress in the doctor are one of the major factors leading to error in the doctor, especially surgeons and those who are in very sensitive jobs. So in fact, US, some people have done the quantitative 75,000 errors were done because of stress in the doctor. So sometime in the health management, they teach about how to handle stress, how to identify stress, and so on. Cognitive and thinking related issues are memory complaints, inability to concentrate, indecisiveness, sense of cognitive slowness, negative thoughts, cognitive distortion, which we'll talk later, a loss of objectivity, and so on. The most important are the emotional symptoms like tearfulness, mood swings, irritable, anger, impatient, feeling of helplessness, self-critical, pessimistic thoughts, kuch nahi rakha, everything is doomed, feeling different or isolated from others, feeling overwhelmed, feeling rushed all the time, a loss of sense of humor, excessive worry, restlessness, sense of ghabrat, and so on. So you can see that there are 6 sets of symptoms. If they are there in sufficient number, so one can assume that this person may be under stress. So these may be the symptoms and signs of a stress as such, and which are very easy to identify in any person which are there. And they are very forthcoming at times, and you can easily identify them by observing or by asking few questions. Now, this is a stress continuum model. I think just to give you, as a leader, as a doctor, you can identify, you can see different zones here. Now, green zone is where everything is fine. You are able to cope well, you are able to adapt well, and you are comfortable, your functioning is optimum. The worrying is the red part and the orange part. These are the trouble zones. These are the red flags as such. Now, the part in the green as such, where there is optimal functioning, the adaptive growth is there, the wellness as such is there, and the feature you are at your best, well-trained, prepared, in control, physically, mentally, and spiritually you are fit, you are focused, motivated, calm and steady, having fun, behaving ethically, and so on. Now, reacting yellow is where you are transiently under stress, but again, you are in control. Mild and transient distress always goes away. It doesn't stay. It is basically a low risk. It can be due to any stressor, feeling irritable, loss of motivation, loss of focus, difficulty in sleeping, muscle tension, not having a fun. So this is the yellow zone. So green and yellow you should not worry much about. But the orange and red are important. These are where the dysfunction starts. They are severe and persistent, leaving a scar as such. Higher risk is there, which causes a life threat. There is a loss, moral injury. There is a lot of wear and tear. There are features which are loss of control, panic, depression, no longer feeling like normal self, excessive guilt is there, misconduct. And the red one are the serious where there's this clinical mental disorders, unhealed stress, which is causing an impairment. PTSD is one of them, depression, anxiety, substance use, and so on. So the important thing is in the red zone, there is a severe distress or social or occupational impairment. So this is the area where we all, as a doctor, we should be focusing on, and these are the red flag which we need to discuss. Whenever one is in this phase, then they need a proper treatment. And when we talk of stress at workplace, just to recapitulate, because of stress, there is a poor decision making. Even if you are a leader or not a leader, even as a doctor, an increase in mistakes can happen. Inattentive and poor concentration is there. Increase risk sickness and absence, poor employee workplace relationship, disinterest in work, and fatigue as such. Now, these are some of the work what we have done in our own trauma center. We have done just to give you that in our there we applied a quality of life scale and depression, anxiety, stress scale, and you can see in the result more than 50% of the participant had moderate risk of burnout. And STS is secondary trauma stress. Because the work what as a healthcare we are doing, so more than 50% of them were at risk. In addition, 54% of the participants report anxiety, 40% stress, 36% depressive symptoms, and so on. And depression, anxiety, and stress were strongly predictive of burnout and secondary trauma stress. So it is important for any healthcare worker. I just wanted to tell you that there is evidence enough to say that a huge number of healthcare professionals are affected with the stress and related condition. This is something a serious concern because last time we had a lot of discussion on this, and we discussed, and it's a serious concern also, and stress and suicide among medical students. This is what I wrote almost for 12 years ago in 2012, and such a serious concern. And you can see in one of the paragraph that is on the right side, perception of stress among medical student resident may have a serious professional and personal ramification. Stress negatively impacts the medical students' empathy, interest in caring for patients, ethical conduct, and professionalism. So this is what we wrote almost 12, 13 years ago. And now we know that NMC also has taken up the stress in students. And this is what we said more than 1.5 decades ago. And such important, and you can see the opening line, and which is very, very important for all of us. Getting things right for a patient means first getting things as good we can for those who deliver their care. So just imagine a doctor, we ourselves need to take care of oneself before we can take care of our patients. So that is why it is so important that stress in the doctor, we need to discuss, we need to be in our own shell, we need to come out of this, we need to help others. And this is a serious concern for the society in the medical students. And we spoke many years ago, but now many are talking about it in current context. Even NMC has taken up this important agenda. Now, just to identify burnout, again, burnout is emotional, mental, and physical exhaustion causing excessive and prolonged stress. And one loses the motivation when one is in burnout. And also, it is important in the health professional or caregiver or anyone having a chronic illness. And these are all symptoms of burnout syndrome. Exhausted throughout the day, falling frequently sick, low mood, weight loss or weight gain, hypertension, low self-esteem, absenteeism, anxiety, low commitment to work, reduced performance and productivity, and so on. So these are the symptoms of burnout. You can easily make a diagnosis of burnout, and these are the symptoms of burnout. Now, stress has important implication not only for psychiatric disorder. I think it's a misconception that stress only will lead to psychiatric symptoms. Actually, stress has important implication for medical condition also. If you go to your cardiologist, your hypertension, they also will tell you reduce your stress. Cardiac illness, they will also tell you reduce your stress. If you go to skin doctor, dermatologist, they will also tell you to reduce your stress. Even for asthma, they will also tell you to reduce your stress. So it has implication all over our body: headache, sleep disturbance, anxiety, high BP, damage to heart, stomach ulcer, digestive problem, irritable bowel, and so on. Muscle ache, pain. On the left side, you can see asthma, anger, irritability, acne, diabetes, menstrual irregularity, tiredness, and so on. So even the important, it has a link, stress, with the immunity and the frequent infection, depression, anxiety, dissatisfaction, fatigue, aggression, concentration problems. So these are common stress-related problems. Now, to understand stress, I think the management, it is important. It's a vicious cycle. The thought, let's say when the thought is there, I just can't handle or cope with the situation anymore. So what is leading on to feeling? So feeling irritable, because when these thoughts are coming to us, we feel irritable or stressed up, which again is leading to avoidance, either doing too much or doing too little, which again is leading to a physical response like shaky, sick, tingling, tension, headache, and so on. So, and this is how the whole vicious cycle which is there for the stress as such. Now we'll talk about the stress management. So I think in this context, it is important to know what is psychological first aid. I think this is important, and this concept should be known to everyone. The first aid we know for the physical illness or injury, but there is important concept of psychological first aid also, and it has an implication for stress also. It's a human supportive response to a fellow human being who is suffering and who need a support. So there are two key things here. One, it can be given by anyone. You need not be a health professional. It can be given by anyone. Like in a roadside, when the accident happens, the first person to support are not doctors. They are passerby. They are just like any other human being. They are not expert in that way, and it has to be provided immediately. And these are 7 themes: practical support, assess needs and concern, help with the basic need, listening to a person, comfort with them, connect with them, protect people from further harm. So this is what is psychological first aid. And there are 3 important principles. There are 3 L as such, just to remember: look, listen, and link. Anyone who is in distress, you just have to do these 3 things. Look, check for the safety, check for the people with obvious urgent basic need, check for people with a serious distress reaction. Listen to a person. Listening is so important. Whenever anyone who is in distress, approach people who may need support, ask about people's need and concern, listen to people and help them to feel calm. Link to a person, like help people address their basic needs and access services, help people cope with the problem, giving information, connect people with loved ones and the social support. These are all doable, and this need not be done by the expert. Anyone can do it. Anyone can provide a psychological first aid. Like, say, for example, you tell them, okay, thinking and listening to a person. Our 80% of the stress is relieved when anyone who can listen to your problem. You know yourself, whenever you are under stress, so if anyone has listened to you, which again can be very satisfying and relieving to you. You are there all. Everybody listening to me? Are
Yes,
everyone
sir.
there? Okay.
Yes,
I
sir.
thought that I will just check with you. Okay, so there is also a concept of stress first aid also. This was psychological first aid. So what it is, it's a practical, flexible framework that gives a guidance on how to quickly assess and respond to a stress reaction. So as a leader, your role becomes very, very important here, and it's a way to preserve your well-being and to promote, recovery and prevent further harm. It's a practical tool as such, stress first aid. So what it means is, like, basically the goals are to provide the safety, like, you have to get away from the danger zone. Calming influence, a person may have let's say tremors, increased heart rate, under stress, or a lot of distress is there. So you have to make a person reassuring and calming. Connectedness, making them feel that they are connected. Okay, we are there to help you. Let he or she be connected to the family members, so which itself can be very satisfying. Sense of self and collective efficacy, again, that's very, very important. Collective efficacy means, like, the belief that you will get over the situation, you will overcome this situation. And sense of self also becomes very important. Sense of hope means optimism. So this is what under stress, if you can do, and as a leader, many times we have to do this. We always say, "Oh, theek ho jayega," you will get over this situation. What we are saying, we are giving a sense of self, we are giving a sense of hope. So all this can be done. This is what we call as a stress first aid. It's a very practical tool which can be applied by mainly by the leader or anyone around to reduce the anxiety and the stress in a person. This is what we have done. We published on modified psychological first aid with the acronym of LOCAL, that is L for listen, O for observe, C for communicate, and again A for assuring, and L for linking as such. So based on the COVID situation, we modified it and we made the acronym of LOCAL, which was published in WHO Journal. Now, as a leadership, when we talk of stress management, again, there are a few other important concepts which many of you would have heard in the previous lecture also. Emotional intelligence, I think, which again is a very, very important thing. And as a leaders, I think the success lies that how much good, emotional intelligence one has as compared to the cognitive IQ as such, or emotional intelligence question. So emotional intelligence plays a major role. So what it is basically, it's the ability to understand and manage your own emotions and empathize with others' feeling as well. So it is basically how you understand your own emotion, at the same time you understand others' emotion and also empathize with them. So that is what is emotional intelligence. And if you see your good leaders, or if you remember your best teachers or best, your consultants, or those who were there, actually you remember them based on your emotional intelligence, how comforting they were, how they were able to identify your emotions, how they were easing you out in the moment of distress, and so on. So that is what is emotional intelligence. The other thing is, which always I believe is so crucial as a leader, especially in the healthcare industry, is a communication. Sometime back, about 20 years ago, at AIMS, we were conducting many communication skill classes to resident doctors and so on. I'm glad now NMC and everyone has taken up now, but we have done about 20 years ago, we started with all this. So effective communication is so important of basically for the expectations, support and encouragement, and to have fostering the open dialogue. Supportive leadership, again, what it means is providing support, recognition and empowerment to a team members, creating a supportive environment. So that's a supportive leadership. Delegation again is a very important thing, that how you delegate to others, distributing the workload evenly among team members to prevent a burnout, because delegation is one thing which will help you to prevent your burnout and manage responsibility. Problem solving skills, again, that's a very, very important concept, addressing the challenges and conflict which are happening, and in a constructive way, and fostering the innovation as such. That's a problem solving. Time management, again, is very important, fostering tasks, setting realistic goals, managing time effectively to prevent the overwhelming situation. Conflict resolution, resolving a conflict promptly and fairly to maintain a harmonious work environment. I'm sure as a leader, you would be doing day in and out all these conflicts, all आपस में झगड़ा हो गया, कुछ हो गया, they are approaching. So effective leaders are the one who are able to resolve it amicably. So I think, so these are all important ingredients and component of a leadership skills for the stress management. Because after all, if you are not able to manage this, then obviously it will not only create a stress in you, but also to your team and to other members. The confidence will be low, the productivity will go down, and a lot of problems will happen, and which again will lead to more and more stress. So all these skills are important, all these which all are doable. You can all, by effective management of stress, one can do all these things. Now, in the same context, you can see one of the important article, which again, the importance of leadership communication, again is characterized by information consolidation, consistency, and bidirectionality, leading to higher perception of support and lower stress and burnout among healthcare worker and the frontline worker. So what it means is that leadership communication actually is giving rise to a low stress and the low burnout in the frontline workers. Now, about the managing the stress, I think what is important message we need to give here is, stress do not mean that you are weak. I think this is what we have to convey. Anyone can go through a stress. It does not mean that you're a weak person. And that is what the myth and misconception is, that many people think, tum to stress mein ho, tum kamzor aadmi ho, which is not the case. It does not mean that you are weak. Sometimes it is other way around. Those who are stronger person, actually they are more in stress. Managing your well-being or emotional health during this time is as important as managing your physical health. This is the important message always I give, that the way we take care of physical health, similarly, we have to take care of emotional health also. We need not neglect it. We need not dismiss it. What it means is, whenever we have injury or illness, we go to a doctor, emergency, and so on. Similarly, when our emotional health is not good, or having a problem, we should consult anyone, may not necessarily be a doctor, anyone around us, that will give a feeling of relaxation to us. So we have to give importance to our own emotional health, which is again a very key thing. Basic needs again need to be taken care of, and employ helpful coping strategy again, that has to be there. And because you know what has worked in the best in the past, so as a psychologist or mental health professional will tell you so many things. Okay, do this, do this, do this. They will give you a complete menu, but you know yourself that what has worked best for you in the past. So okay, मैं जब ऐसा था, मैं जब परेशानी में था, which always we ask in our history, जब मुश्किल में थे तब आपने क्या किया था, how you were able to overcome it, because that and the same thing can be, you can do it now. Whenever you are under stress, that will help you now. If your stress worsens and you feel overwhelmed, you are not to be blamed. Many times we do that, when we are under stress, we try to blame ourselves. We become self-critical. We become so much criticize ourselves, which should not be the case. We should never blame. It is just a situation which has happened. These are some of the other things which we need to know. Acknowledging that one is acknowledgement is the first step. Whenever there is a stress, now we always say there are 3 A's. Acknowledgement or awareness, then analyze and apply. That is what the management, simple management strategies. So being aware that you are under stress, analyze that what the options are, what the possibilities are, how I can overcome this situation. You analyze that, and the third A is apply. Once you analyze it, then you applied it. Okay, ये करने से मैं ठीक हो जाऊंगा, इसके मिलने से मैं ठीक हो जाऊंगा, then apply it. So acknowledge or awareness. Second is analyze the situation, analyze, and the third is apply. Taking care of self again is a very, very important. Distracting oneself by simple chores and routine activities. That is what we always say. Be involved in activity. Whenever we are under stress, we always say, khali dimag shaitan ka ghar, empty mind is devil's mind. So keep involved, keep engaged, keep be involved in a meaningful activity. They all will help you, Engage in physical activity, simple exercise, viewing stress as a normal. We need to normalize it. I think that again is very, very important thing. And then communicate with your colleagues, be well informed, and so on. Then understanding your limits in managing the crisis. That as a person, as a family, you had certain limits, but you can't go beyond limit. Then you need a professional help. Stay connected with family and friends, stepping back for a break, I think, when needed. Again, that's very, very important. Engage in hobbies, interests. Like during the COVID time, many people, old people who had come to my clinic, I used to tell them, okay, why don't you start your own hobbies? First, they used to laugh at me. Hey, doctor, you're talking about hobbies and interests like playing guitar, which they used to do in their childhood. But later they came to me and said, doctor, you were right. Because sometimes we forget the importance of hobbies and interests. We forget them. But I will tell you, they are highly relaxing. Some of the psychological techniques, which are there for relaxation, may not be that important, but your interests and hobbies may be more relaxing at times. What all you do, you're listening to music, or reading a book, or playing any music instrument, or anything which of your interest, which can give you more feeling of relaxation. So again, relaxation techniques are there: breathing exercise, yoga, meditation, asking for help and support from peers and colleagues. I think this is very important. Many times we shrug away from all this. We don't want to ask for help. Somewhere the block is there, somewhere the resistance is there. I think we should not do it. Whenever we are under trouble or distress, we should always raise our hands. Otherwise, how others will know about it? Sometimes we just have unnecessary fear about all these things. We should not be doing this. We should always ask for help when it is necessary, when it is there, when it is becoming too overwhelming to you. You should always ask for help. Healthy eating habits, sleep hygiene, again, is a very, very important thing. Avoiding unhealthy method like smoking, drinking, and so on. Practice your own method to de-stress. An important role of a team member, supervisor. Again, whenever is there, the roles of team leaders and supervisor are very crucial and important. Now, why stress management is important? That is what we are discussing here, because it can improve your mood as such. It can boost immune function, and these are all evidence-based. Promote the longevity as such. Improve your work performance. When your stress is reduced, your performance can improve. Increase your stress tolerance level. Strong your coping skills. Facilitate your interpersonal relationship as such. So these are all important things for the why we need to manage our stress. Now, already we discussed many things, but there are a few more one can apply to yourself. There are 3 basic techniques which are there, which are not that technical. One can use it: cognitive techniques, emotional techniques, and behavioral technique. Cognitive technique, again, they are thinking related. Cognition means thinking, identifying and reframing the cognitive distortion, the positive self-talk. Emotional technique are ventilation, sharing emotions, building up daily positive emotion, relaxation skill. Then behavioral techniques are time management and organization skills. I will take few more minutes so that I started late, so I will just take few more minutes. Is that okay?
Fine, just please continue, sir.
Okay, fine. Because I started a bit late, so yeah. Okay, so cognitive technique, don't be worried about the technicality of this. What it means is any situation, will, lead to any emotions as such, but in between there are thoughts which are there. So that's what the cycle is there, and that is what which actually drives our emotions. So any situation has happened, like any event has happened, suddenly we think negatively, Arey, ab kya hoga? Suppose anyone has become sick in the family, Arey, iska kya hoga? What will happen? Who will take care of this person? So which is giving to all these thoughts and internal dialogue also, which again will lead to the emotions. Okay, we feel sad, we may feel anxious, what will happen, and so on. So that is what, so our thinking will drive towards the emotion as such. Now, reframing is very, very important thing. It is not about changing the stress, but the way you think about stress, and that is what in psychology it's known as cognitive errors or cognitive distortion. So cognitive reframing, simple example: I can't handle this. Suppose your boss has given you, or your senior has given you to any work, and you said, I can't handle this. But actually your reframe, you can talk to yourself and say, this is hard, but my support system will help me in this. Or say, I can take help from my friend. I can take help from my colleague. I'm not good at this. I can't do this. That is what the usual thing comes to our mind. That's a cognitive error or cognitive distortion as such. I can't do this. I'm not good at this. But what you can reframe by saying to yourself, it's okay to be work in progress. We all are, so I'm learning, I'm working. I will learn from this. Again, I will make mistakes, but again, I will learn from this. I don't have many friends. This may again be a cognitive distortion, but you can always reframe it by saying, I will continue to make friends throughout my life, and so on. Now, these are certain other examples of cognitive reframing which can happen. I never do anything right. So, these thoughts, they do come to us. These are cognitive error and distortion which can happen, which is what we call as overgeneralization. Like, ek baar koi galti kar di, we think that I can never do this. That's a cognitive error. And the cognitive error is overgeneralized. From one event, we generalize it. But your rational thought should be, there may be many reasons behind my poor performance today. I will try better next time. So that is more a rational thought, which should be there to replace your irrational thought or cognitive distortion. Everyone must be thinking, I am so bad. That is a mind reading. That's a cognitive error, which again, you can replace it by, since we cannot read others' mind, let's not assume what other must be thinking about me. I'm unlucky person. That's where the thought may come. Many times, things do not happen in our own way. That's a label we give to ourselves. That's a cognitive error. But our rational thought should be, maybe things didn't work out this time, but good things will also happen to me later. I'm not at that unlucky at all. So that's, you have to say, you have to have reframing as such. Nothing good can ever happen to me. Fortune teller. There's a cognitive error. None knows about the future. Then why predict it? Let's focus on what we have now as such. So these are, you reframe the cognitive errors, rational thoughts. Now, this again is a very, very important thing in the stressful situation. I'm sure you all must be doing it. That's a positive self-talk, positive language statement to ourselves. For example, I can do this, I can understand this, I will try my best. These work best when they are realistic and tailored to your needs and goals. As such, my positive self-talk are, which again are very, very useful as such. I am enough, I believe in myself and my abilities. Just say to yourself, maybe you pat your back as such by saying all this. I can control my own happiness. Today I am a leader, giving this positive statement about yourself, positive self-talk. Today is going to be an awesome day, and that is why sometimes it feels good, when someone says that, in that way. So the same way you have to tell to yourself, I can get through this, it happens sometimes, you are giving a question paper in the childhood days. Sometimes the question, what we think that we have not read so much, we say to ourselves, okay, I will do other question very well, but I will write something on this also. So that is what is self-talk, to overcome your stress. So these are positive self-talk. Now comes the emotional technique. Emotion are very, very important. Emotion regulation. Lot of violence, aggression happens because of emotional dysregulation. So regulation of emotions is very, very crucial and important, and which again relieves your stress. Now there are these 5 steps which are important. First step is notice how you feel. Whenever you are under stress, your emotions which are affected, maybe you are irritable. So notice, observe yourself at what you are feeling, Then name that feeling. What is it? Are you irritable? Are you angry? Or are you sad? Are you fearful? Are you anxious? So describe it, So first notice, then name it. Third, accept it. Accept the emotion. Yes, I am going through this. It's a normal reaction, Don't judge as such, just let it be, accept it. Then fourth is investigate. Investigate the emotion. Just see that how intense it is, how you are breathing, how you are feeling physically, and so on. So investigate yourself. How are you having palpitation or not? So investigate that. Then fifth is allow and release. That's the final stage. Release of the emotions. Notice and allow your thoughts. Let it continue. Release the judgment and struggles with the thoughts. Breathe deeply as such, that will help you. So these are some of the steps for the emotional regulation, which can be easily done, which one can do on a day-to-day basis. Ventilation, again, sharing. तकलीफ बांटने से कम होती है, छुपाने से नहीं. Develop a support system with your family and friends. And we all know this, sharing and the ventilation and expressing actually relieves ourselves. And also sometimes I write in the OPD card, maintain a journal. Journal means you writing your emotions, a half page about yourself, keeping a diary. That is also expression, that's a ventilation, expressing your emotions regularly. Building a positive emotion, that is engaging in activities that are positive emotions in you, keeping up the hobbies, interest, can be as simple as music, going to park, drawing, and so on. Have your own time. Always I say, you should have your own time every day as such. Now, these are some of the technical things. That is, the breathing techniques are there, deep breathing exercises, progressive muscle relaxation. There is, again, you tense and relax each muscle one by one, and feeling the tension and the relaxation, which gives a feeling of relaxation, using imagery and visualization. Okay, so in this, what you see, you're going to a beach, or visualizing that, or going to a mountain, visualizing the beautiful scenery, and which again gives a feeling of relaxation as such. Mindfulness, a lot of talk is there nowadays about mindfulness, and this is a mindfulness meditation. What it means here and now, you just feel at the present what is there, like these are some of the techniques which are all available everywhere. You just have to sit and relax on a chair and just feel the breathing and the sensation around you, in your mouth, in your stomach. Then you feel what is happening around you, the sound which is coming. So just feel what is happening. That is what is a mindful meditation, feeling and the sensation which are there, and that is what is mindful meditation. Now, these are some of the time management techniques, like, because a lot of stress is there because of poor time management. So it helps to keeping us organized and reducing the workload stress. We are always in hurry, so which again leads to a lot of stress. Now, these are the time wasters which you should always be aware of. Not setting priorities or planning effectively, drop in visitor, interruption, procrastination, inability to say no, disorganization, too much socialization, not valuing the time, lack of skills, and so on. Organizational skills, again, this again, we all know these are 4 boxes you can see. You can categorize them: important and urgency, and high and low, So when you see the number 1, that is, which are urgent and important, you have to do it now. Urgent and important, which are high on urgency and high on importance, you have to do it now. Number 2 are important but not urgent, but important hai, but they are not urgent, abhi karna hai. So you can decide when to do it later. Number 3 are what we call as not important, not urgent, then dump it. You don't have to do it. 4 is urgent hai, abhi karna hai, but not that important. So what you can do, you can delegate it. You can give to someone else who can do it. So these are some of the important organizational skills. You can organize yourself, any work priority. Self-gratification, again, is a very, very important thing. And many evidences are there to say that, for the realistic self-reinforcement, it is the meaning to recognize the positive in us instead of seeing only the negative. Because sometimes we see only negative in us. I think it is important that we have to see positive also in us. There's something like what we talked earlier of self-talk. So this is a self-gratification. This increases the motivation, decreases the emotional tension, and help us developing a feeling of inner security as such. This is what is self-gratification. Assertive skill training, I think this is also very important. Assertive means you are not rude to anyone else, but you are very clear, concise, and honest to yourself, which again is a very, very important thing, because you can, like simple thing, I respect your that you thought about me for this work, but I am sorry that I will not be able to do this. So this is what is assertiveness, because you are giving a honest statement. Because a lot of time the stress is there because you are not able to say no. So this is what is important for being assertive, but at the same time you are not hurting anyone also. So which is very, very important. What we call as assertive skill training. You had an important lecture, emotional intelligence, resilience, I think, which again is a very, very important with regard to stress. Like when we talk of resilience, is how ability to bounce back, ability to come out of your conflict, come out of your distress. And emotional intelligence, already I have said that ability to understand your own emotion and others' emotion. So self-awareness, empathy is how you understand others, self-management as such, and the relationship management. Many times the stress happens because of all this, so emotional intelligence is a very, very important aspect. Work-life balance, many stress happens because of we are not able to maintain a work-life balance. I think that has to be there. Fine balance has to be maintained, and this is itself is a full lecture itself talking about work-life balance. But this is important. I just said 148 rules, 1 by 48 rules, taking a break from stressful situation for 1 minute for every 48 minutes, which can help reduce stress levels and improve productivity. 1 by 48 hour rule is based on idea that taking short break every 48 minutes can help prevent the negative effect of stress. So basically, again, it can improve your cognitive function and reduce the stress level. So taking a break 1 minute after every 48 minutes. So taking a frequent break is it's relaxing, and you can take by taking a deep breath, stretching, and many things, and which has its own meaning and advantage as such. This is the pressure cooker model, which always I try to give in my lecture. Now just understand this pressure cooker. The lowest you can see a spark, that is a matchstick, that is a match or the spark. These are triggers for us. Any trigger, like किसी ने कुछ कह दिया आपके बारे में, that's a trigger. Now flame is a thought. जो आग निकल रही है, that's a thought about the situation. We think so negatively about that, So the content of the cooker are the unresolved difficulty. They are trying to make me look stupid. These are the thoughts which come. These are unresolved difficulty. I can't do this anyway. So these are some of the cognitive distortions I talked about. Then there is an outlet. You can see the outlet, steam releasing, which the physical tension is coming out. Relaxation exercise can be done as a steam release activity. Now the lid can be could be loose or tight. The way you express your feeling, it can be loose also, like talking through, general, writing down, singing, joking, humor. So this is about your lid as such. And basically, again, the arguments, relationship, breakdown, physical illness, exam, poor sleep, they all can act as your spark. They all can act as a trigger as such. So this is what we can understand the pressure cooker model of stress and the anger or the emotions. So medications are there if the problems are there, if one is having a depression, anxiety, and all. So counseling, psychotherapy, whole lot of cognitive behavior therapy, yoga, meditation has its own role. Consult a professional. Do not hesitate to consult a professional whenever there is a problem. When there's a high level of distress, you should consult a professional. So these are two case we did. Just for the. I hope you can go through this. Then we can discuss about it. Can you see this case vignette?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, we can see it.
Okay, so anyone can read for me?
Yeah, sure. Dr. Sharma is a healthcare leader at a major hospital and also teaches part-time at a medical school. Recently, Dr. Sharma has been experiencing high level of stress due to increased patient load, administrative duties, and teaching responsibilities, especially exacerbated by ongoing pandemic. So situation is despite Dr. Sharma's effort to manage time effectively, the overwhelming responsibilities are taking a toll, leading to a feeling of burnout, decreased job satisfaction, and strained relationship with colleagues and students.
Okay, fine. So this is simple and which happens to all of us. Now these are we need to discuss. Had there been a physically, I would have spent time. So tell us, what are the source of stress? What are the main stressors affecting Dr. Sharma?
One is increased patient load, the administrative duties, the teaching responsibilities, as well as which is due to the ongoing pandemic also.
Very good, very good,
Yes.
very good. Say
Thank
your name. You are Dr.
Manisha Gai.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Dr. Manisha.
Thank you, sir.
So, okay. So now who will answer the second question? Immediate coping strategy. What immediate steps can Dr. Sharma take to alleviate stress? Bataiye. Who will tell? I hope Dr. Sood is there. They can give you a chocolate there. Whoever gives a good answer, So I will request Dr. Sood and Dr. Umesh Kapil to give a chocolate to these motivated, participants.
The time management is written as such. He is managing the time effectively, but still.
Okay, so one is time management. Okay, very good. Or bataiye. Or anyone else? Anyone? Yes. Actually, that is a problem with the online, lecture. That we cannot discuss this. So this is the handicap. My people in participant. और बताइए और कौन बताएंगे?
Delegation of work, I think that can be done by him.
Very good, very good. Yes. Who else? चलिए, okay. So long term solutions बताओ. वो तो short term था.
Yes. Relaxation exercises he can go for. Hobbies.
चलिए. Okay, good. और बताइए.
Yoga, meditation.
Meditation, yoga, yes, very good, excellent.
Sparing some time with a family, friends.
Time with family, friends, yes. चलिए. Okay. Organizational support. How an organization can support? How can the hospital and medical school support Dr. Sharma?
The patient load can be
Okay, yes.
taken by other faculty also in the department.
Excellent, excellent. बहुत बढ़िया, बहुत बढ़िया.
Some administrative duties can be relaxed.
Administrative, yes, yes. Okay. Okay, so work-life balance. What measures can Dr. Sharma take to improve work-life balance?
Proper time management.
Time
His
management.
hobbies he can pursue.
Very good. Okay, excellent. और बताइए. Okay, चलो मैं आपको अपना फिर रिस्पॉन्स बताता हूँ. ठीक है.
Sir.
Okay, so sources of stress, again, you are right. Increased patient load, administrative duties, teaching responsibility, and of course, work-life imbalance, which was happening. Immediate coping strategy, prioritizing the task, you were right. Scheduled breaks, mindfulness exercise can be the delegate task. Very good. I think आपने बताया था. Long-term solution, again, regular exercise, professional development. I think that is what is happening nowadays. Many organizations, professional development bhi hota hai, how to manage, even I would say, having this stress lecture by any one of us also is important, and as structured downtime, as such. Organizational support, organizers can support flexible scheduling, additional administrative support, wellness program. Again, now many organizations are also having wellness program, peer support group, which again can be very helpful. Work-life balance, set boundaries, hobbies, interests, quality lifetime, digital detox sometimes is very, very important. Sometimes so much screen time can also lead to a lot of stress, not giving time to family and all. So again, this could be important. Okay, so I think, so you can see that many of the things already we have discussed. Now I have one more, Dr. Sood, one more case vignette I have. How much time I have?
Sir, we will share your PPTs with the participant. The next speaker is waiting, sir.
Okay. Then I will just close. Yeah, I know, because I will just close this. This was another case vignette. Anyone can see this. So this is the take-home message. Stress management is not just a personal responsibility, it's a critical leadership skill in healthcare profession. As a leader, our ability to effectively manage stress sets the tone for our team, impact patient care, and influences organizational outcome. By prioritizing our own well-being and equipping ourselves with practical strategy for stress management, we not only enhance our own resilience, but also create a culture of health and a resilience within our teams and organization. Together, let's embrace stress management as a cornerstone of effective leadership, empowering ourselves and our team to thrive in the face of challenges and uncertainty. With this, I will end here. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. On behalf of the National Academy, we are really grateful to you. You have been a big support to the Academy for various activities. And I must recall that Dr. Sagar was a chairperson for a very important task force on management of stress among armed forces. So that report is also available on the website. Our participant can refer to that. And thank you so much, sir, for giving the practical tips to all of us. And they are very, very useful. And this was a question which was a suggestion which was given by the participant that sir should give us practical tips. And I'm sure that the practical tips have been given and all of us will try to follow those and reduce the stress. Stress is a part of life, but we handle it with the tips which are given. Thank you so much for your support to us. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. If anyone has anything, they can even write to me and talk to me anytime, and wish you best for everyone. And thank you so much, NAMS and everyone, Dr. Sareen, Dr. Umesh Kapil, Dr. Sood, who have been, doing, I would say, Herculean task of this, and including managing stress again is very, very important to all of us. I think that's, I think, a marvelous job you all are doing. Thank you. Back to you.
Thank you, sir. Now it is my honor to introduce the next speaker. As you know, this session is very important because most of you express that the finance part is important. You are dealing with finance indirectly in terms of preparing budgets for and procurement for your department. So for this session, we have with us one of the best speaker, I will say, Shri Surinder Kulwal, sir. Sir has been working right now in AIMS New Delhi as a senior account officer. And he has been dealing directly with the audit, accounting, as well as procurement part in the AIMS New Delhi. And sir earlier has been working in the Department of Ministry in the Ministry of Defense, and he's on deputation to AIMS. And when he was in the Ministry of Defense, he has served in various commands: Southern Command, Southern West Command, and also with the Border Roads Organization, where he was his work was appreciated and he was given recognition in terms of medal. So we are really grateful to you, sir, for being with this evening. And the question which you had sent to us, we have shared with sir, and we'll try to cover those questions during this presentation. So over to you, sir. Thank you so much.
Very good evening to all the participants here. First of all, I would like to thank Dr. Sareen, Dr. Umesh Kapil, and Dr. Sood for inviting me for this interactive session. The topic given to me for today is related to government accounting, budget, the general financial rules, and audit. As a medico, you have been given at some point of time during your professional career, the responsibility is related to dealing with the finance as well. It may be, related to preparation of accounts, or maybe procurement of stores, fulfilling the need of your requirements of various machineries or consumables in the hospital, or it may be related to your personal finance matters as well, like salary, your claims, etc., etc. My topic, I'll start with the what is the budgeting and government accounting system first. So we'll go one by one. I'll take just an overview of all relevant rules and provisions. Whatever your doubts or questions, we'll have a small session for that as well. Maybe at the end, or meanwhile, if you have any spontaneous kind of thing or a question arisen in your mind, you can raise your hands as well. So let's start with. The broad principle is that whatever money we have here in the government system, that is called the public money, because whatever comes to the government is being raised from the general public. As a common man, if we consider ourselves, whatever kind of taxes or revenues we deposit with the government has an authority to spend it for the welfare of the nation or for welfare of the society. Based on this, the government accounting and budgeting system has been prepared. Broadly, we have a consolidated fund of India, from where the entire money goes into whatever is being collected as a receipt, and whatever the money is being spent out of that only. For spending any government money, we need to have from the consolidated fund of India. There are a number of accounts other than consolidated fund of India, like public account as well, from where the individual organizations deposit their receipts and all. The foremost or the top authority to provide funds or to authorize the funds to be used is the parliament, where they vote and they pass the budget, what the government prepares for. The parliament and the state legislatures have the authority to enact any legislation related to the government revenues, whatever kind of tax, if it has to be imposed, or any duty. Only the parliament and the legislatures have the authority to impose it. No executive has a power to impose any kind of taxes or to collect any kind of revenues, a new one. This is the financial structure in the government. We have got executives who spend the money for the welfare of the nation. Then in the government, we have got Ministry of Finance, then the administrative machineries who actually execute or spend this money. And then Parliament who authorizes them to spend the money. Then we have got the Estimates Committee, Public Accounts Committee, who supervises the audit part of the finance, and then the Committee on Public Undertakings. The financial system, as you all know, it runs from 1st of April to 31st of March. And whatever which is there into our practice, everything has been laid down into the government books. Like Rule 42 and 75 provides that what should be the period of books of accounts in the government system. We run on a cash-based accounting system. Budget is being prepared as per Rule 43 of General Financial Rules. Then again, the type of accounts I have already mentioned: Consolidated Fund of India, Contingency Fund of India, and Public Accounts of India. This is a structure of a government system. We have got this kind of structure into a government system where the section officers, their clerks, then the under secretary, then deputy secretary, and the directors are there who reports to a joint secretary, and then joint secretaries are being supervised by the additional secretaries and the Secretary of Government of India, and then the Minister of State and the Cabinet Minister. Now, what is a budget actually? A budget is a financial plan to estimate that from where the money will come in and the points where we have to spend it. We plan our priorities while formulating a budget. And when we talk about the allocation, when we say into a common language that this much money is being given to me for this financial year, that doesn't mean that the physical money has been transferred to someone. That means that he has been given a maximum threshold limit of the amount for which he can utilize for his delegated powers. The history of the budget, it was first started in the 1860 when the budget was first presented under British rule. Then first budget was of independent India was given on 26 November 47. Then we have got an interim budget kind of system where this was a historic budget in 92-93 when the liberalization was introduced. Then 2017-18, there were major changes into the budget system, budget process. The railway budget was merged with the Union of Budget. And one more point, that the budget was earlier, budget was used to be laid down before the Parliament in the month of March. It was preponed actually, so that the funds which are required to be spent from 1st April onwards should be readily available with the users by the time the financial year starts with. This way it goes, the appropriation bills are being laid down before the Parliament, and then those are being discussed. Government proposes that where they want to spend the money which they have collected through various resources, and the finance bills are being passed. The budget or the funds are available to us only when the finance bill is passed by the Parliament. These are the methodologies, how a budget is being done. The first stage is that they prepare estimates. It starts from the grassroots level. Every department, every user prepare their budget. They submit it to their, the controlling agencies, and then they consolidate it. And finally, it goes to the Ministry of Finance, who consolidate the requirement of the entire Union of India and then present it before the Parliament. How revenue comes to the government. This is a chart showing that there are two type of revenues, two type of funds which are keep on coming as a receipts. One is a revenue receipt, which is a recurring kind of in nature, and the another component is the capital receipts. The type of revenue receipts are the tax revenues and the non-tax revenues as well. Tax revenues, as we all know, it is both the type of taxes, direct taxes and indirect taxes. The direct taxes are there, which falls onto the same person who deposits it, like the income tax, the corporate tax, wealth tax, gift tax, and estate duties. Means those who are responsible for paying the tax is being collected by the government from those persons only. And indirect, like your GST, excise, customs, where suppose if we buy something, we pay a tax, but we don't deposit it to the government. This is being deposited by the person from whom we are buying those goods or services. Then the non-tax revenues like various interest incomes or the profits from the public sector undertakings or the other organizations, fees and fines, and the receipts we receive as external grants. And the other component is the capital receipts. The important part is here that whatever the capital receipts are, those are to be utilized for capital expenditures only, and the revenue that can be used for both. Normally, a budget is for 12 months, but sometimes, when the government is not in a position to present the budget for the entire year, they give a partial budget as well. Once the budgets are being allocated, the responsibility of those to these funds have been placed with, they should monitor it. And this monitoring is on both the sides. The receipt side as well are to be monitored, as well as the expenditure sides as well. It is the responsibility of the chief accounting officer, who is generally the head of the organization, to monitor the budget, and they perform this task with their subordinates, to whom the finance professionals like us, who prepare the monthly returns and submit it to the chief accounting officers or the head of the organization, and inform them about the financial health of the organization. The capital budget, the budget has got two parts. One is the capital budget, which can be used for land acquisitions, development of infrastructure, buying plant and machinery, weapons for national security, ships, submarines, and aircrafts, etc. These are the few points which are related to control of expenditure, that how spending authority can control the pace of expenditure and can ensure that whatever the funds which have been placed at their disposal are being utilized optimally and fully. Every spending authority must ensure that the expenditure is incurred for the approved purpose, whatever purpose that has been defined into the budget before the parliament. The funds should be utilized for that only. It is within the limits of the quantum of funds allocated to you, and the expenditure has been incurred with the approval of appropriate authority. There are delegation of financial powers given into our books of government books, that a person or an authority has got how much limit and for what purpose they can approve a particular expenditure sanction. That has to be taken care of, and the process has been fully complied with. And sometimes, to various points where we have allocated the budgets, they don't keep a equal pace in spending it. So there is a need to reappropriate those funds from one head to another one. These are the rules related to reappropriation. When we transfer the funds from one head to another one, the reappropriation cannot be done between capital and revenue heads. There is no reappropriation about the receipts. You cannot categorize a receipt as a capital and then reappropriate as a revenue one. The reappropriations between the minor heads can be done by the government of India only, and between the subheads by the ministries only. The revenue budget consists of pay and allowances, the consumables and stores are different kind of allowances related to our travel or other purposes. outsourcing, conservancy, repair and maintenance, and other obligatory recurring charges like taxes and all, whatever we need to pay to the government. Now we'll go with the GFR provisions first. GFR is considered as a mother book related to all financial matters arising into Government of India. Whatever other books like civil accounts manual or civil procurement manual, or down the line, there are, 4-tier system into related to the financial rules. The top tier is the GFR. The second tier is the rest of the books like your civil accounts manual, procurement manual and all. And based on these 2 tiers, the local manuals are being prepared, like as into our AIMS, we have got our AIMS procurement manual, AIMS financial rules, and like into defense, we have got defense procurement manual and all. So these are the 3-tier regulations. And the 4th tier is the circulars and the orders which each organization issues to control or to manage those expenditures time to time, like the local circulars. Like every organization issue its circulars to regulate the finance functions in a better way. The GFR has a history. It was first issued in 1947, and then it was modified in GFR 1963 as per the requirements. The number of modifications have come into. The last GFR before GFR 17 was GFR 2005. And this one is the latest, GFR 2017. The composition of GFR 2017 is that it consists of 12 chapters and 12 appendix. And number of forms like prescribed pro formas for various activities related to the finance have been provided into GFR. The total number of rules, whatever the clause, whatever the paras we have into the GFR, we call it a rule. And the total number of rules are 324. This is a small cover I have given to the entire GFR. GFR Rule 1 to 6 is about the introduction about the general financial rules. General principles of financial management have been laid down from Rule 7 to 39. The budget formulation and its implementation, like how a budget is to be prepared, how organizations will, compile their data and will present to their particular respective ministries, and then the ministries will submit it to the the Ministry of Finance. That has been given into Rule 42 to 70. Then format of government accounts, like how a government account should be, what should be the format for a pure government organization or subsidiary organizations like public sector undertakings or autonomous bodies and all. That has been given into Rule 71 to 129. Then Rule 130 to 141 covers the works cases, like civil works, what we call, for majorly related with the CPWD and all. And for which the GFR is, most commonly known for is that related to the procurement of goods and services, which are being covered from Rule 142 to Rule 206. Then further going up beyond that as well, GFR covers the inventory management techniques, how what are the rules related to the inventory management, how the stores are to be transferred from one place to other, how stores are to be accounted for, how stores are to be disposed of. Once a store has come into the books of accounts, how it is to be disposed of and charged off from the books of accounts. Then how to manage a contract, that has been given to Rule 224 to 227. Then grants and aids, which normally the autonomous bodies and the public sector undertakings receive, the grants and aids and loans are covered in 228 to 263. Then some miscellaneous things like budgeting for externally aided projects have been given to 264 to 274, guarantees 275 to 283. And the personal issues like, limitation of claims, like how much time is to be given to us to submit our TADA claims, our rest of the claims, the deposits, endowment fund, how a service book is to be maintained related to establishment matters, how the records are to be kept in an office, what should be the tenancy for maintaining a record, when we can dispose it off or destroy records. That all has been given from 284 to 324. That is the overall coverage of the GFR. GFR primarily describes, there are two type of models onto which the government functions. One is the CapEx model, where we buy an asset, we procure all related consumables, arrange its maintenance, and dispose it off once the lifetime of that particular asset has been over. That model is called CapEx model, where we acquire that particular asset. The alternate model is the OpEx model, where we don't buy the asset, we just fix a rate for every case to be attended with that particular asset. And it contains everything: the cost of the consumables, the cost of the machinery, its depreciation, everything. And once the useful life of that particular asset is over, we hand it over back to the person from whom we have taken it. That is called OpEx model. Now, this is Rule 26. Like one of the doubts I have received into the questionnaire received from Sood sir, is that how far a controlling officer is responsible for the approvals or the sanctions they are according, or the signatures or the papers for on whom where they are putting their signatures. So Rule 26 of the GFR provides the responsibility of the controlling officer in respect of the budget allocation and expenditure. The first one is that the expenditure should never exceed with the budget allocation what they have been given for, not even by a single rupee as well. The expenditure should be incurred for the purpose for which the funds have been provided. The expenditure should be in the public interest, not for a particular, in the interest of a particular person or a group of persons. And then there should be adequate control mechanism should be functioning into their department related to the public expenditure. The Rule 27 provides that whenever a government order is being issued, generally it comes in force from the date from when it has been issued for, until unless the government letter specifically says that the effective date of this order or this circular will be so and so in the past. Rule 30 of GFR provides you the life of a sanction, where whenever an expenditure sanction is being accorded, what life it should have. Normally it is of 12 months unless specified, and it lapses after 12 months if no action has been taken for it. But there is an exception to it. Those who are dealing with the procurement of stores and all, that if they have got a sanction from the competent authority and the tenders have been accepted or the indents have been issued against that sanction, it will not lapse in the period of 12 months. Like in turnkey projects, what happens is that we obtain a sanction from the competent authority and then start working on it. The work doesn't get completed in the 12 months time. That doesn't mean that the sanction has expired. The sanction is valid and has been considered as executed if we have issued the supply orders or we have already accepted the indents. Then Rule 33 defines about the losses. There are, the category of losses. The losses have been broadly categorized into two parts. One is the loss not due to theft, fraud, or neglect. That covers the normal wear and tear, the depreciation and all. And the second category is the losses which are occurred due to theft, fraud, or neglect. If somebody has stolen something or has misplaced something, that kind of loss is being considered into it. Or it has been due to neglect, that also get considered into it. Because if any loss is arisen to the government of India because of negligence of someone, that is being put into the second category. And these are serious issues to be dealt with. For every loss, there should be two reports. One is immediately as it is noticed, it should be reported, and the corrective actions are to be started. Initial report is to be prepared for about those losses. And then once the investigations are over, a final report is to be rendered about those losses. All serious irregularities should be reported to the CGA of Ministry of Finance and the accounting authority of that ministry. There is an important clause into that any loss which has arisen due to theft, fraud, or neglect, if the value of that loss exceeds by rupees 50,000, it has to be invariably reported to the police for investigation. So 50,000 is the ceiling where beyond which we have to report it to the police authorities as well. Then here we covers the budget, how budgets are being prepared and then reported to the Ministry of Finance, where the Finance Minister lays out before the Parliament. Vote on account. Vote on account is to be explained like this, that when the government doesn't have a full tenure to be completed and it is less than 6 months, the government has an authority to present a vote on account for the period till which the government will be functioning. Article 116 of the Constitution provides for this. In the government, we always follow a cash-based accounting system. It is not an accrual basis of accounting system. Whatever has been realized, that has been only taken into the books. RBI is the main banker for the central government. Rule 142 onwards, it is related with the procurement of goods and services. Rule 143 defines that what should be a good, what are the items which we can consider as a goods and what are the things which we can consider as a service. So goods include all articles, materials, intangible products like software. Software as well is considered as a good and is subject to GST. The transfer of technologies and licenses, etc. But it doesn't include the books, publications, and periodicals. Rule 142 provides that apart from the GFR and the Civil Procurement Manual and Defense Procurement Manual, particularly for defense, the departments can issue their own guidelines as well, so far that those are in consonance with the GFR and the procurement manuals to regulate their procurement process. Rule 144 of GFR provides that the procurement of goods should be in public interest, with the efficiency, with the economy, and with the transparency. It should be fair and equitable treatment to all the suppliers, and it should have a fair competition. Government should always encourage the competition when they are spending something. Rule 144 lay down certain yardsticks about the public procurement. The first thing is specification should be in terms of quality. There should be no superfluous specifications or non-essential features should be laid down into our request for procurement, request for proposals. It should be a need-based procurement, means we have to work out that what should be the required quantity at that particular point of time for which we are buying the things. There should be a fair, reasonable, and transparent procedure. Everything should be crystal clear. Whatever is the decision or the opinion should be properly jotted down on the files. The reasonable rate, that is the most important part of a procurement process, that has to be inconsistent with the quality. And for all kind of procurements, we have to decide first what should be the reasonable rate or reasonable cost to buy it. Bids are being invited. Bid RFPs are being issued. The GFR 144 says that the bid invitation process should be fair and transparent, and a level playing field is to be provided to all the bidders who are interested into the bidding. And what is a mandatory part is that the selected offer, to whomsoever we opt for to place a supply order with, should adequately meets the requirement in all aspects. And the price what he offer or the selected offer should be reasonable and consistent with the quality what we have asked for. Rule 21 related to the GFR is about standards of financial propriety, commonly known as the canons of financial propriety, which laid down that when this government expenditure is to be incurred by all the authorities who are involved into the procurement process, what should be the basic guidelines for them. Every officer is expected to exercise the same kind of vigilance in respect of expenditure incurred from public money as a man of ordinary prudence would exercise of his own money. Like, as we spend from our own earnings for our personal things, the same kind of diligence is to be adopted when we are buying something for the government. Another rule is that no authority should exercise its powers of sanctioning the expenditure to pass on an order which will be directly or indirectly showing to its own advantage. Suppose if I need something for my own purposes, for my official purposes, I cannot sanction it. It has to be processed through a proper procedure. Expenditure from public money should not be incurred for the benefit of a particular person or a section of people unless a claim for the amount could be enforced in the court of law or the expenditure is in pursuance of a recognized policy. Now, who is a competent authority? That is a normal question which arises for that. Who is the competent authority? There is a rule book that is called Delegation of Financial Powers Rules that lays down that who should be the competent authority for any particular type of expenditure. Based on that DFPR, various organizations have got their own delegation of financial powers, which provides that what kind of expenditure to what quantum of amount should be sanctioned by a particular authority. And that authority is called the competent authority for that particular expenditure. As in Rule 147, the ministries and departments have been delegated full powers to make their own arrangement for procurement. The cases where the departments do not have the expertise, we have a common platform, which was earlier called DGSND. Now it is called Government E-Procurement Platform, GEM, where the departments can go and buy the things. Rule 149 says that if the GEM platform has been platform has been created by the government, and whatever is to be purchased, that has to be first looked for at the GEM platform. If it is not available on GEM, then only the other mechanism of procurement can be resorted for. It has been made compulsory by the government and in the GFR Rule 149 that whatever kind of procurement a government an organization wants to do process with, that has to be first and foremost to be done by the GEM platform only. The GEM has got various levels or related to the financial value of the procurement. Up to 50,000, you can buy from a GEM platform whatever item you need. If it is valuing less than 50,000, you can straight away go and buy it. You need not to compare the rates. You need not to compare the quality. Whatever quality you want, whatever price you want, if it is below 50,000, you can straightforward go and place the order. From 50,000 to 5 lakhs, it is written 30 lakhs over here. That was the case of purchase of motor vehicles. But for other items, the powers are from 50,000 to 5 lakhs. You can select 3 different manufacturers on GEM platform, compare them, and whomsoever is the L1 based on the different OEMs selected by you, you can choose the L1 and can buy directly from that lowest offer. Then GEM also provides you the platform for bidding and online reverse auction. Suppose you have purchased something value of rupees 4 lakhs and you feel that there should be a lower rate than this. You can put that particular purchase order into a reverse auction mode and you can get a best price. This is a kind of, earlier we were having the price negotiations with the vendors. This is an online platform, online mechanism, which allows you to go for a price negotiation, where you make an open offer to everybody that whomsoever who can supply this specified quality of product at a lower price, they can quote their price. That is called the reverse auction. Above rupees 5 lakhs or 30 lakhs in case of motor vehicles, you have to go compulsorily for the bidding. Then there is a question, like an audit normally raises that, splitting of a particular expenditure. The GFR provides that there should be no splitting, or the demand of goods should not be divided into small quantities to make it a piecemeal purchase and to bring it into the lower authority, into the powers of the lower authority. And this should be avoided to buying from, from a economical supplier. No demand should be splitted into the piecemeal or into the parts to avoid, moving the file to the higher authority. DGSND Rule 150, GFR Rule 150 provides you, about the registration of suppliers. When you don't have supplies through GEM platform, the organizations can register the suppliers at their level as well. While considering the different vendors for their registration, there are criteria which can be considered for their registration, like their credentials, their capabilities, their quality control systems, their past performance or last orders which they have completed with, how is their after sales services, and their financial background, like their financial health and all. A registration should be normally from 1 year to 3 years of a period, and then it is to be renewed every year. Similarly, the government has reserved certain items which are compulsory to be procured from certain agencies only. Like MSMEs have been given a purchase preference. Handlooms and Khadi Gram Udyog has been given the purchase preference. Then we come to GFR Rule 154, 155 and all, which is commonly used in a procurement process when we are going out of GEM platform. If something is not available on GEM, Rule 149 says that it has to be brought compulsorily from GEM. Then the GEM gives us a GEM availability report, non-availability report, which we call GEM ARPTS. That is to be first generated from the GEM platform, and then the rest of the procurement processes can be adopted for. If the procurement price or the value of the goods which we are buying is less than 25,000 or up to 25,000, it can be purchased without inviting any kind of quotations. The designated person on behalf of the competent authority goes straight into the market, gives the order. There is no quotation system, gets the services, take a bill, and then process it under Rule 154, where a certificate from the competent authority is to be given that they are personally satisfied with the kind of goods that has been purchased for and the price are reasonable. That certificate is essential, and that is to be given by the competent authority who accord the sanction for the expenditure. This is important to note, that generally what happens is that the certificate is being recorded by the users or by the concerned clerks who are processing the procurement files. But no, the certificate is to be given by the competent authority only who sanctions the expenditure. That is an important point to note, because that normally becomes an observation by the internal audit or by the statutory audit when they audit our files. Then under Rule 155, from 25,000, sorry, it is 15,000 written over here, but that was a typographical mistake. From 25,000 to 2.5 lakhs on each occasion, whenever we are processing a particular procurement file, if it is valuing more than 25,000 but less than 2.5 lakhs, there should be a local purchase committee to be formed by the competent authority who has the delegation of financial powers to sanction that expenditure. Those 3 members committee will go to the market, make a market survey, assure themselves about the reasonability of the rates, the quality, and after identifying the lowest among the 3 quotations, they have to collect 3 different manufacturers' quotations, and based on that, to whomsoever they select, whomsoever is the L1, the order is to be placed to them. Then Rule 158 says that if it is beyond 2.5 lakhs, the tendering process can be adopted through open tendering. When we go for a tender inquiry system, there are various types of tender inquiry systems. The first one is the limited tender inquiry system. When the value of the procurement is more than 2.5 lakhs, but less than 25 lakhs, draft RFP is to be issued to the listed vendors or to the registered suppliers. That is within the limit only. The vendors to whom we know that they are in the market, the vendors who have been registered with the organization or some other organization, selected vendors of them are being issued those tender inquiries, and then they participate into the bidding process. That is called the limited tender inquiry. It should be having minimum 3. More than 3 vendors have to be issued this limited tender inquiry, and then the bids are being invited from them. More than 25 lakhs, it has to be an advertised tender inquiry, where we advertise it into the newspapers, onto our websites, that we intend to buy this particular item or particular service. And then everyone, whomsoever has a qualification criteria, fulfills the qualification criteria, they bid it, and then we evaluate them. So that way it is called limited tender inquiry and advertised tender inquiry. And based on to the bidding system, we have got a single stage bidding or a 2-stage bidding, where the nature of the item is of that nature that we have to first sort out them technically, that those who comply our technical requirements, their financial bids only to be considered. This is called 2-stage bidding. And when we don't have such kind of restrictions where we have to evaluate them technically first, that is called a single stage inquiry, where the vendors prefer or submit their commercial and technical bids simultaneously and into the same paper, and we evaluate them. Into a 2-stage bidding, they give us 2 separate envelopes. One is about their technical qualifications and another is about their price quotations. First, their technical qualifications are being evaluated, and those who qualified technically, their commercial offers are being opened. Then we have got a single tender inquiry if a particular item or a service is of a nature which we think that only one manufacturer or service provider can give it, or we have a specific requirement that only this is to be given, this item is to be given by us X supplier only, we offer a single tender inquiry. Then reverse auctions. Rule 159 says that every government organization, including the autonomous bodies and statutory bodies, to publish their tender inquiries onto the e-platform as well as into the newspapers. And whenever the bids are being awarded, that is compulsory to be published on CPP as well, if it is not on GEM. If it is on GEM, then there is no need. Rule 160 is about the central procurement portal. Advertised tender inquiry, as we have discussed, that the value should be more than equal to or more than 25 lakhs. Then we have to publish the notice on the eprocure.gov.in and on GEM as well. For global tenders, we have to issue to the NIT to the Indian embassies as well as foreign embassies. The minimum time given for a advertised tender inquiry should be not less than 3 weeks. Minimum 3 weeks time is to be given to the bidders to submit their bids once we have published it. This is about less than 25 lakhs procurement, limited tender inquiry, Rule 162. In case where the procurement value is more than 25 lakhs, we can go ahead with the limited tender inquiry as well, but that is under certain conditions. Those conditions are that when a certificate is recorded onto the procurement file that this demand is urgent, and there is no time to allow the vendors to wait for 3 weeks to respond, this is an urgency, we can go for a limited tender even when the procurement value is more than 25 lakhs. The reasons are to be recorded onto the procurement file that why we are going for this. When we know that offering it to the common public will not serve any purpose because the item is of a proprietary nature, then also we can go for a limited tender inquiry or a single tender inquiry, even if the procurement value is exceeding 25 lakhs. 164 says about two bidding system. As I explained that first, the technical qualifications are to be studied, and those who technically qualified, their final bids are or commercial bids are to be opened up. And this is about a single tender inquiry. Rule 166 provides us certain reasons when we can go for a single tender inquiry. The first one is when we know that there is only one manufacturer for this particular item, or only then we can go for a single tender inquiry. That is called PAC, proprietary article procurement. And second, when we are into the emergent need to buy something, we can go with the single tender inquiry where the reasons are to be recorded. Or the third category or the third condition where we can go for a single tender inquiry even when different kind of manufacturers are available in the market for that particular product, is that because of the standardization of item. Like suppose we have got a Maruti car with us and we want to buy a spares for it, then also we can go for a single tender inquiry. Though there are various car manufacturers, but there is a technical standardization of machinery that whatever the spares of Maruti that can be fitted in for Maruti cars, only the spares of Maruti can be fitted into it. So in that condition as well, we can go for a single tender inquiry. Reverse auctions, GEM platform provides that. Even the e-procurement as well, we can go for a reverse auction. Rule 170 of GFR provides that how much performance security, or what we call as a PBG, should be taken from the bidders. Earlier it was 5 to 10% of the bid value, total bid value. But after COVID, it has been reduced up to 3% of the total bid value. The important part related to the this performance security or PBG, what we call for, is that the validity of this PBG should be 60 days beyond the warranty period. Normally, the contractual obligation is the warranty. So the bid valid, this PBG should be valid after 2 months of the expiry of the warranty. Normally, when we go for a tendering process, we take the money into two parts from the vendors. First, they apply for earnest money, which we call bid security, which is ranging up to 2% only, 0.5 to 2%. And that is to be collected from all the bidders. Once the bids are finalized and the commercial bids are opened and somebody has been selected as the lowest bidder, the bid security of the rest of the bidders should be returned back immediately. And the person or the supplier who has been selected as NL1, his bid security is to be kept till the time he deposits his performance bank guarantee, PBG. The PBG can be in the form of a demand draft or can be in a form of FDR or a bank guarantee. For in case of FDR, it is to be ensured that this FD is on line with the department. It has been mortgaged to the department. That endorsement must be there on the FD what we receive. And there are conditions where during the procurement process, we have to make the advance payment to the suppliers. There are, vendors put a certain condition that they need some advance to start with the procurement process. The GFR 171 provides the conditions where the advance payment clause can be inserted into the procurement process. That is generally the maintenance contracts or the fabrication contracts or the turnkey projects. How much advance is to be given to a particular firm? For that, a limit has been laid down into Rule 172 of GFR. If it is a private firm and our tender conditions already provided that there will be an advance given to the selected vendor, the maximum amount should be 30% of the contract value. And in case where the seller is a central government agency or a PSU or a state government agency, the advance can be increased up to 40% of the total contract value. Further, this is not sacrosanct. Even the departments or the ministries can go further, but for them, for this, they have to consult with their financial advisors first. And the important thing is, whenever an advance is being extended to a particular supplier, whether it is a private firm or a PSU, enough bank guarantees to be obtained against that advance. Rule 173 provides that each procurement process should be transparent, should be competitive, should be fair enough, and should be impartial. Whatever the reasons for arriving at a particular decision, that has to be recorded on file. (173) further provides that suitable provisions are to be given into the bid document so that the bidders can seek their clarifications. They should be given reasonable time to respond. The specification should be clear, without any ambiguity, and without favoring a specific manufacturer or a supplier, if not otherwise. Like if we are going for a proprietary procurement, then we have to specify the QRs accordingly. Or otherwise, if we are not going for a proprietary, the specification should be laid down in a generalized manner. Every procuring agency should make all-out efforts that sufficient number of bidders should participate into the bidding process, and everybody is to be given a level playing platform. (173) further provides that when we draft a request for proposal, RFP, what we call tender document as general, it should have all clauses like determining of responsiveness of bids, what are the essential qualification criteria which the vendors have to fulfill for considering them further for evaluation of their commercial bids. Whenever we receive a commercial bid or a technical bid, we have to not just evaluate the criterias only, but we have to determine the responsiveness as well. For example, we have received a number of bids and out of them, X is an L1. He has quoted the lowest rate, but he doesn't fulfill the rest of the criteria which has been laid down into our bidding document. That means that he is not a responsive bidder, though prima facie he appears to be an L1, but is not a responsive lowest bidder. So not just the lowest only, the bidder has to be the responsive lowest bidder to win that bid. Then the code of integrity, the RFP should have a document like integrity pact into their request for proposal and a tender document, which lays down certain restrictions as per Rule 775. That is a promise by the principal not to seek any legal benefit, because the tender document or the contract which we sign is being signed by both the parties, the buyer as well as the seller. And this code of integrity confirms the compliances of these provisions. The promise by the bidders not to offer any benefit to the employees of the principal. The bidders not to enter into any understanding with other bidders regarding prices, like which we call a cartel formation. The bidders do not to pass any information related to that work or the requirement which he has been given for. The foreign bidders have to disclose the details of their agents in India and Indian bidders has to disclose their foreign associates. If Indian supplier is giving us an item which has a foreign component, he has to disclose it. Similarly, the foreign bidders, if we are importing something, they have to disclose that who all will be their Indian agents to participate or to process this particular supply. Sometimes when we buy a particular asset or a particular equipment, we want to get rid of the old one, and for which there is a rule or a provision provided into the GFR that is called the buyback, when we can exchange our old item with a new one with the prospective bidders. Rule 176 provides about that buyback offer, how a clause is to be inserted into the tender document related to the buyback offer, what will be the responsibility, how the rates is to be determined, how is the condition of that particular asset is to be assessed by the bidders. All clauses should be there into our tender documents. Then 176, 7 to 196 about consultancy services. Consultancy means which is primarily non-physical and is a project specific, where the intellectual or a procedural process are different from one consultant to another. Then this procurement has been done, and then the rule 207 to 223 of GFR lays down that how the inventory is to be managed. Once we have received the items, how that has to be taken into our books of accounts. If the goods or the equipment has been received at one place, how it is to be transferred to another place where it is to be utilized, how the accounting is to be done, how the transfers are to be made, what are the papers which are to be prepared, and how those are recorded into our stock registers. 208 talks about the inspection note. As soon as the goods are being received, the inspection note is to be prepared by the due board of officers or the body which have been given this responsibility. They'll examine with respect to the tendered, with respect to the contract or the supply order, whether the items which have been received are of those specific nature or having those specific conditions fulfilled what we have quoted into our supply order or the contract agreement. And then 209 deals about how the internal transfers are made for the stocks and inventories, how the goods are being taken into the custody of the storekeepers, rule 210 provides, and then how accounting is to be done, 211. Rule 212 provides the conditions where we provide our assets to the local bodies or the contractor who are working with us. Sometimes we have got an asset which is to be utilized by our contractors. How the accounting for that is to be maintained, that rule 212 provides for. One important thing is about annual stock verification. All procuring agencies or all organizations who have got these assets into their books of accounts have to perform an annual stock verification, and that has to be recorded into the particular ledgers where the assets have been recorded for. This is an annual exercise to be done by all organizations as per rule 213 of GFR. Then 214 suggests about how the buffer stock of consumables are to be maintained, how physical verification of library books is to be done, rule 215 provides for. Then if the charge of authority changes, somebody gets relieved from a particular charge and a new incumbent take over his position, how the handing taking over is to be made, what documents are to be maintained for that. The authority for that is rule 216. Then if an item has become outdated, obsolete, or is beyond economical repair, BER means beyond economical repair, where it is not suggested to get the item repaired, how those items are to be disposed of. What is their mode of disposal? That has been given into 217 to 222. And if there is any loss because of those, writing of those assets, they are, short of they have not completed their normal life, how the losses are to be written off, that has been given into rule 223. GFR 224 to 227 provides about contract management, how the contracts are to be entered, what are the general principles of contract, how it is to be managed, and in case of any dispute, what actions are to be taken on regarding that contract before going into the arbitration or while defending our case into the arbitration. That has been given in Rule 227. 228 to 263 is dealing majorly with the grants and aids and loans. Grants and aids are normally being provided to the autonomous organizations like our AIMS. We receive grants and aid, and then the voluntary organizations as well, educational institutes of central government and state governments also receives grants and aid, and local self-government institute also are being given the grants and aids. An important rule which is important to quote here is that Rule 229, who says that the general principles for about setting up of an autonomous body, how an autonomous body is to be set up, and it provides a condition that no new autonomous institution should be created by an autonomous body itself. Suppose somebody has, with the government compliance, after the compliance of all rules and provisions, an autonomous body has been instituted. That autonomous body doesn't have the powers to formulate or to frame another autonomous body under itself, but it gives an autonomous body a permission to open its regional centers or offices or substations with the prior approval of the administrative machinery in consultation with the Ministry of Finance. Rule 230 specifies that how a government account or how the annual accounts of an autonomous body should be who are receiving the grants and aids. Now, there were certain questions, from the participant side related to this GFR provision. I would like to address some of them. Rest of the questions, whatever you all may have, can ask for, but I have addressed them, tried to address them. And the first question was that what are the important general financial rules for a head of the department or institutions? So as in my presentation, I have, categorized the GFR. GFR puts, all topics into certain chapters, which I have specified. If a head of the kind of matter which has been placed before the head of the institution, depending the nature of that item, the relevant GFR provisions are to be ensured that those have been complied with or not. Generally, GFR is considered as a mother book for governing all financial and quasi-financial matters related to government business and accounts. Relevant rules are to be complied with by all authorities. It is not the responsibility of the head of the organization only. It is the responsibility of every level who has been dealing with that process, whether it is accounting, finance, or office procedure, to make sure that the relevant provisions have been complied with. Rule 21 to 32 and then 142 to 227 of public procurement specifies that, what should be the role and responsibilities of every authority who was involved in public procurement. Then another question which was there is that what is a financial fraud and how we can avoid this situation. So first we need to understand that what is the financial fraud. Rule 33 of GFR provides that what is a defalcation and losses. That defines that any loss caused by the caused to the government by someone with an intent to benefit someone is called fraud or intentional deception to secure unfair and unlawful gains or to deprive misleading a victim of legal right. अगर किसी भी स्टेज पे कोई भी एक्टिविटी ऐसी लगती है जो किसी पर्टिकुलर पर्सन को बेनिफिट करने के लिए दी गई है या उस पर्टिकुलर एक्ट से गवर्नमेंट को लॉस हुआ है, दैट इज टू बी कॉल्ड एज अ फ्रॉड. And that's the reason why the losses have been categorized into two categories. One is loss not due to theft, fraud, or neglect. Another is loss due to theft, fraud, or neglect. And the losses due to theft, fraud, or neglect have a serious implications. And what are the causes for this? first we must understand so that we can avoid this situation, that this happens due to many reasons, including lack of transparency. The GFR provisions talks about the transparency in the procurement process, transparency into the government business. And when there is a lack of transparency, if something a decision has been taken, but the reasons based on which the decision has been taken has not been jotted down or have not been recorded onto the files, it creates lack of transparency. There are ways and means to avoid this situation. First one is to create a culture of accountability through code of conduct. Every organization has a model code of conduct, and that has to be followed. Everyone in the organization should be encouraged and motivated to do this. Then the another tool can be a segregation of duties. Generally, what happens is that we leave the entire procurement process and maintenance of stock and everything with one person only, and that somewhere incites for causing a fraud or kind of irregularity. So there should be a segregation of duties. The separate person should be assigned for record keeping, for accounting, for payment, and storing of assets. We have to delegate it to the different persons so that the possibility of having or arising a fraud can be avoided. Then the head of the organization or the vigilance people should keep a log on the employees' activities, that what they are doing, when they are doing, how they are doing. Then management has to make certain reviews through stock verifications, vigilance checks, and internal audits. These are the tools through which we can avoid the occurring of losses into the organization. Then using analytics to detect frauds or potential frauds. The top management should invite the data or should get the data collected from various sites, that what was the pattern of procurement, what was the pattern of its consumption, what was the trend of prices, so that we can get that information in the form of data and we can analyze it. Using insights for actionable intelligence. Whenever this data is being received and we have noticed something, that there's some unusual trend into the maybe price, or maybe into the consumption pattern, or maybe the procurement process. Suppose a single vendor is supplying all the items of an organization, or there are unverified suppliers who are being given the orders. These kind of things can be considered for, and suitable action is to be taken against that. That is using insights for actionable intelligence. And then the last one, which is more of a qualitative in nature, that hire, train, and promote ethical employees. Those who are committed, those to whom we believe that they are reliable, they can be assigned this responsibility, they should be promoted to take over those tasks. This is not about the financial promotions to them, but they should be encouraged to take over the responsibilities for the benefit of the organization. Another question was that how to handle the objections in audit and what is the responsibility of head of the department. How to handle the objections in the audit. I've worked out certain points regarding that. Respond directly to the findings and its recommendations. Means there should be no intermediary. We have to respond directly to the points what they have raised for. Provide specific actions that management committee to take to correct the findings. Give them an assurance, give an assurance to the audit authorities that whatever they have pointed out to us, suitable actions are being taken or will be taken, and there should be a clear time frame given to the audit authorities about that. Then they are a bit soft to us. The responses should be clear and concise. When we talk about the audit objections or the point they have raised, we have to be to the point to them, address that whatever the issue they have raised, how we are going to kill it. Exclude the information not pertaining to the finding or observation or action taken. Then identify the specific positions responsible for implementation. To avoid the audit objections in future, we have to identify that what are the levels onto which the checks and balances or the suitable provisions are to be inserted, so that these kind of objections will not occur in future. Provide a specific and a realistic timetable for implementation to the audit. The another question was what is the responsibility of head of the department or the institution that can be held responsible for financial irregularities done by others? So as I have said, that the GFR defines that the competent authority's powers, who exercises the powers under the rules. If the competent authority has accorded an expenditure sanction, it is his duty to make sure that all the relevant provisions have been complied with. 21 stipulates about the canons of financial propriety, and then Rule 144 provides the responsibility of the officials in the public procurement. As I have already said, that it is not just the head of the organization only, though he has the prime responsibility, but all authorities subordinate to them who are functioning on his behalf, they are equally responsible, and suitable actions are to be taken against them. Then there was another issue, how to utilize the unspent balance released at the end of the financial years. Generally, a government grant gets lapsed by the end of 31st of March. But there are certain grants who have a specific provision that they will be carried forward to the next year. They continue to be, carry forward to the next year, and then they can be utilized into the next year as well. In case of autonomous bodies, there have been certain type of grants which have been allowed to autonomous bodies to carry forward into the next year. Whenever a sanction is being accorded under any specific grant, it has a mention that whether this grant will lapse at the end of the financial year or will it carry forward to the next stage as well. Another important part into the grants in aid, what we receive for that, whatever the interest we have earned into our bank accounts, any interest earned on such balances transferred out of PFMS when we carry it forward to the next year, that has to be deposited back to the funding agency or to the concerned ministry. The another question was, usually the financial reports and documents are jointly signed by the head of the institutions. What precautions are to be taken? The general comment that the compliances are to be ensured. As a mother book, the GFR provides the provisions, what has to be ensured, that those have been complied with or not. It has been divided into topic-wise chapters. One has to take a cognizance of that. One has to go through with them carefully and make sure that the compliances are done before signing any financial document. And then apart from this, once it has been signed for, during the preparation of these documents as well, the regular test checks are to be made so that one can be, assured of that the things are being done in a rightful manner. The another question was that a common item which is a proprietary available in GEM, but L1 and L2 and L3 vendors are not available. That means that we have, shortlisted an item for which only one vendor is available. If I, analyze it correctly, how to go for it? If this item is available on GEM, the GEM provides us for creating a bid for a procurement which has a value of less than 5 lakhs as well. So the best option is to go for the bidding process. If you feel that that item is a proprietary one, on a GEM platform, we have to create a bid under the proprietary. If we feel that no, there may be the multiple, vendors or the manufacturers for this, we have to create an open bid, even if it is below 5 lakhs. So that was the case. If there is only one person on the GEM who is offering this item, because it may happen that once we float it onto the bidding process, there may be multiple bids received. It was further specified we cannot do LPC as already available on GEM that I have explained, and the LPC is usually. So if it is on GEM, if it is there is only one supplier, it's the best option is to go for a bidding, even if the value is less than rupees 5 lakhs. If it is less than 50,000, then there is no issue. You can go and buy it. That was the first one about the GEM procurement. If anybody has any questions related to this, please. Any of the participants who have ever come across with any procurement issue?
No, I think, sir, there are no questions, but if you permit, can we share your PPT with the participants?
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay. So we'll be happy to share all the participants with these PPTs, and these will help you whenever you're making a decision. So once again, I would like to thank the speaker for this evening, Dr. Surinder Kulwal, sir. He has covered this comprehensive topic in a very nice way, giving you the practical tips. Most of us are afraid of GFR, but he very nicely explained that at the institution level, you have the manuals and guidelines. Please follow those guidelines. If you're dealing with purchase, so you can look into that particular chapter, and whenever you're signing the document, please read the file very carefully. This is another very important point he mentioned, that ultimately you are responsible if you don't say read the rules or read the file completely and sign it, you will be responsible, and that is important part. Then he also mentioned about the audit, how to deal with audit. Audit is a friendly activity. Basically, all the documents you have to maintain, purchase, everything has to be as per the GFR. So audit people, basically, they help you. If there is any deficiency, they point out, and you can give the assurance, as he said, with the timeline, and next time you make the correction. He also explained about the budgeting procedure right from the central government to the institutional level. So all actually these details are very, very important for some of us who are working in the senior position as head of department or head of the institution. So I'm sure, sir, the practical tips you have given are very useful to us. And we are really grateful to you on behalf of the Academy that you could find time and be with us. And your presentation is very, very interesting. And I think all of us have learned from that. Personally speaking, I think after this presentation, at least my fears about finance audit are sort of reduced. And a very important point which we have learned is that GFR are important guidelines. And if you are dealing with the concerned part, you must read that rule. Rule basically you said are the paragraphs.
Yes.
So it is not a huge thing. So you can read that particular chapter and that particular paragraph.
We need to focus the
Yes.
relevant
Yes.
rule.
Okay, so thank you so much, sir. And I will also like to thank all the participants. It was a long time from 3 to now nearly 7 o'clock. You could be with us despite being a holiday for some of you. And we are really grateful to you. And this was the second and the final follow-up session. But still, I think we'll be in touch with you because in each course we have a follow-up session. So we'll be happy to share the Zoom link for the subsequent courses follow-up session, because this is now a group. We have a WhatsApp group, we have your email IDs. So we'll like to continue this relationship and we'll like to continue sharing our academic experiences with each other. So with these words, I'd like to thank all the participants. And here in the National Academy, we have the officer, IT officer, Mr. Ravi and Mr. Shivam, who has helped us. And Mrs. Madhuri is also here with us for our support. So I would like to thank them for being with us this evening and helping us in organizing session. So once again, I thank you all and wish you all the best. Thank you so much.